We got on just a little early. We don't need this up. We can put this down. All right, awesome. All right, we are live. All right, bet. Awesome. Good morning. Welcome to Chuck for Options. I'm Chuck. Welcome to the Stock Market Live. We're a day trader. We journal. We're looking for the macro, the micro, the micro, the macro, trying to make sure we know what's going on, trying to make sense of the market. We have a very important tool here, and that's this journal. It's a very good tool that I created. I made it. I'm making it better every single day, and it's really good, really extremely good for traders, for day traders. All right, we got that. This is going to be a gap down. Oh, this is Tuesday. Seven. SPY. We're going to hit the 660. We're going to hit the 660. 660 is on the table. 660 is on the table. I think I still have those. All right, last week. All right, this is our 915. And we are live. Welcome back to Chuck for Options. And I'm your narrator, Chuck. Yeah. And welcome to the Stock Market Live. We are day trading, journaling. The SPY. Welcome to my journal. Today is Tuesday, February 17th. We hit a pre-market high of 680.98 on the SPY and a low of 677.83. Yeah. We have no high, no low, no open, nor close, but we've been looking at some contracts. I don't know where the voice is going anymore. I don't know. I lost the inspiration of the voice. I don't know where I'm going. I like some dialects start kicking in, right? Like I started sounding like, I don't know. It was just weird, right? Right? Like I was sounding like one way, but I don't know. I'm going to try it again later on, and I'm gonna see if it works. But all right, here we go. What time is this? 9:16. I got on around 9:11. Let me see if there's anything I really want to take a look at. Today we definitely want to look low. There we go, right here. Boom. Let's get all this stuff up. 184. You were 186 at one point in time. VIX. Whoa. Oh, I didn't mean to be so loud. I don't know if it's loud, but whoa, that's incredible. Look at this. Yeah. That's going to be fun. Today's going to be crazy. This week is going to be crazy. These next couple of weeks are just going to be absolutely amazing. And this is actually, if that's up, this is up. VIX is here. Here's UVIX right here. 52, somewhere around here. So that's live. That's live. This isn't live. Were you 79? 79, something like this. That's a gap down. GD gap down. If it fills, if it fills to the up, since we gap down, we're gonna probably fill that to the upside, and then we're going to see some more downside. You know, I have a theory of what we can do. I have an idea of how I want to trade today. If you have any ideas, please let me know. Uh, we can keep Discord up. They're bringing that bad boy up. Let's see what I meant saying. Whew. I took a nice good walk this morning. So every morning I like to take a walk before trading. You know, get some type of, small innocuous exercising for now until I want to get some more. Hmm. All right, we have 20 minutes. Let's make sure we are good on everything. Food. I have to get the food together, but that's quick. I don't think I'm gonna cook today. I'll cook like next week. I'm sorry. Tomorrow. I have some breakfast sandwiches. I'll do one of those. I got my drinks. I got my Red Bull and water ices. The first Red Bull is almost down right now. All right. So we have to remember that today they're going to try and really shake up the market. Everyone is looking for downward pressure. Everyone is looking for the market to drop. Mm. I'm just working together a trade thesis right now. I don't know if I necessarily want to say it out loud, but um, I don't want to. But this isn't advice anyway, so this is just me thinking out loud. Hmm. Of course, we want to open up the call. When do we want to open the put? So we want to open the spread at a certain time. I don't know which side of the spread we want to open up first. In theory, if they have to fill the gap, but they might go against the market because everyone's probably heavy in puts right now. Let's see, where can I find this put information? Because there's a place you can go to find this call put information. Tuesday is CPI. Oh, that's Canada. Oh, there's some Fed speak. Oh, anybody else? How about tomorrow? FOMC minutes. That's two. All right, we can watch this later on. Magnus Carlsen wins the world championship. Yeah, I watched like the end of that, like the very end of that championship. So it looks like they do something different with their rooks. They switched their rook and their bishop, it seems, in that style of chess they were playing. So that was like really cool. That was really cool. To see that. I've never seen that before. I mean, it doesn't look like, I mean, they could have went around, push pawn, push bishop, you know. I guess you do that to your weak side, and then you want to castle to your strong side. Your bishop is cutting the board in half. Well, you have both your bishops, hitting that diagonal hard. I don't know. I don't know. But whenever I kept like trying to skip through it and see how did they get to that point, I think that's how they open up. So I wanted to actually put some time into looking at those boards because I used to play a lot of chess. I used to be a really good student. I used to be really good too. I used to be really good. I used to be okay, I get my dubs. But if you were beating me, it's because you were um highly ranked. You're not you're regular everyday person isn't just, but wasn't beating me at my peak because I don't know, chess is like Street Fighter, so some Street Fighter shit. You travel, you talk to people and everything. You guys first, you guys figure out that you both are, you guys really enjoy playing chess and everything together, and you guys play, and if it's a good enough battle, and depending on where it's at, people are going to watch. And I've actually done that a couple of times. I've actually, gotten just weird places like in parks, a lot of parks, nighttime, daytime, and like I go to play somebody and like a huge crowd comes, and I won some and I lost some, honestly. It was just one guy in Detroit, you know, he was like, "We can play, but it's gonna cost you $1. Just know that dollar is a lesson. He don't he this man values his time. He plays dozens and dozens of game every hour. He makes hundreds of, you know, almost beat him too. That was fun. That was fun. I love stuff like that. You gotta live in the moment. Grasp the moment by the horns and take charge. Win or loss. Chest up, chin up, and be on your game. As long as you go into it, no excuses. You battle, you fight, win or loss at the end. Just know that it's not about the win or loss. Sometimes, a lot of times, of course you learn from your loss, but when you win, you also learn from your opponent's loss too. All right, that's the alarm. 9:29. All right, let's focus. All right, let's double check everything. Check, check. Mic check. Mic is good. Camera's good. That's good. All right, let's get it. Good luck, everyone. Good luck to all. The calls are red. The puts are red. Everything's red. There goes those calls. Those calls are going. We're we're gonna wait. All right, we're gonna chill. We're gonna take our time. It's gonna be a long day. No need to rush. let's take a look at these 74, 73s. Yeah, yeah, I thought so. I thought so. I thought so. Oh wow! I'm like, why am I over there? Okay, okay, there they go, right there. All right, I'm looking at some other accounts right now. Net, 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 net. Awesome, got a lot of those cleared out. Two and three. There we go. Two 18. No. Walmart is killing it. Nvidia green, SPY green, 17, 17, 83, 82. Let me see YouTube. No, you're a little bit higher. No. I think today is going to be one of those obnoxiously bullish days because everyone is so bearish. The whole market is bearish. I think that's how they're going to flip it. That's how they usually do. But we're just going to watch it. We're going to play it real slow. That was a nasty candle. But we don't got nothing crazy out there anyway. So we're just going to watch it. The calls and puts, they were kind of equal. They were very equal, actually. So it's not like they were heavily imbalanced. So they can toss it and they can go anywhere. Well, we can see if they're going to. I think it's going to be because there's a lot of people short. A lot of people went short going into the weekend. A lot of people went short at the open. Probably still going short. And what time is it? It's 9:40. So we can look for something to change up maybe around maybe like that like 10:30, but maybe on the upper end of 10:30, like 10:40ish or something. Maybe 11 something. They might slam it. But what they're going to do, they're going to burn. I think they're going to burn all those contracts down there. They got to burn them. They got to burn them. And I think that's what they're going to do. I mean, if not, we're good. We got some meat on the bone. I guess this would be a good level technically. Technically, this would be a great level to write a put unless we're legging up because it's the puts. It's the puts on the other side that they're trying to rinse. All those overnight puts, all that overnight stuff, they're trying to burn all that action. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Wow, Bitcoin's lost $1,000. Holy shit. All right, this is a wall. I like this. That Bitcoin candle must have did it. That Bitcoin candle was nasty. It was that Bitcoin candle. Because as soon as I heard that call out, that what's name got real big. Shit. Socks. Ooh, that's it. Down goes Frazier. It looks like that's it right there. I got those puts right there at the top too. There we go. Damn, Bitcoin lost a G that fast. That's crazy. In one candle. All right, there we go. Wow. Nice. 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 We call all that. Nice. Very nice. We're having a very good morning. We're having a very good morning. All right, 9:49. Whoa! Whoa! Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Whoa! 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Yeah. All that. Give me all that. Yeah, baby. All right, that's what's up. Mmm. This money getting deep now. Mmm. Mmm. This money's getting deep, baby. All right, let's start selling them one at a time. One at a time. Real slow. Mmm. All right, we booked just a little bit of profit. Wow, I sold those way too early. Wow, way too early. Way too early. That's crazy. What time is it? 9:54. We made a nice little bag so far. Real nice bag. Awesome. Awesome. We are here. Where's the VIX? Here we go. Nine. Oh, it went down a little bit. Oh, wow. This is still just going. I should be paying attention to these. That's what I should really be paying attention to. Oh, wow. This was pre-market. That's day. What the fuck? Oh, my God. I knew it. Wow. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. So this is what we want to watch. We want to watch these two. The more green on these, the more red here. $9.57. Hasn't even been in half an hour, and I made a nice little bag. That's crazy. That's crazy. We will take it. Did we want to sell one of these? Ah. This is probably a good window to watch right here. Let's see how these puppies start growing. All right. We still probably have like another half an hour of dropping. Nvidia just lost 180. Wow. Wow. Well, we hit a home run, people. We're going for the grand slam. Can we get a comma? I think we're gonna go for a comma. I think we're going for that comma. Mm. Let's go, baby. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. They hit almost 200%. These drones over here hit well over 200%. We top ticked those, and we still got more of them. Them drones are rocking. That's what's up. We doing our thing right now. Look at this. And I'm making money on the back end too. And I'm making money on the back end too on plays. Let's go. Give me that. Let me see. Can I really sell that for that? Crazy. Crazy. Miss on housing data. All right, that's what's up. Bag secured. Bag secured. This last little baby contract right here. All right. We got that whole channel. We got that whole channel. Let's go, baby. We got that whole channel. All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Just drop some. Should I just get out of this? I think I'm just gonna get out of this. Let me get out of this. All right. All right. Right now, I'm not looking for positions. I have to see. I have to watch some other accounts right now. So last week I got uh, a new account to manage. So I am now managing uh, someone else's bread, and I also have to make sure to pay attention about some things that I'm doing. Mm, all right, we're gonna keep an eye. We're gonna go shopping again. Actually, let's go shopping. Let's see what's going on actually with the market, these contracts. The contracts will tell you what's going on and how serious of a that's pretty serious. That's a pretty big up right there. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's a big reversal. So if anyone caught that on the downside, going up, that would have been nice. Um, but we're looking for another channel. All right, let's see. What can we see? What do we see? We see these are the only things, and this is nothing. This is an indicator, 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 indicator. Apple, Berkshire, fleet to safety. Apparently, safety, safety. I don't know what this is. Dollar. Everything else is down. That's fake. That green is fake. That green is fake. Only thing they're doing is just rinsing out contracts. That's all they're doing, rinsing out contracts. So we're gonna go slow. We're gonna go really slow. You know, this is what we can see. We can see all of this down. This doesn't matter. What do we see here? What do we see here? This is what we see here. 0.2. Where's the 1%ers? 1%, everything here down. Right there going down. NVIDIA. Intuit gapped down. And holy crap. Whoa. Is this in 1 minute? Whoa. Okay. All right. So we are pointing down today. So that's the only thing we're doing is opening puts. That's the only thing you should be focusing on, puts. Have all your money flowing in the same direction, and that's up. Where's Sox? Oh, Sox is up here. Oh my God. Look at all these. What can come back? Amazon. That's a big. That's Mag 7, and these aren't applied. All right. We're gonna hold that, and we're gonna lean into that when it's time. What did you bottom out at? 12. You topped at 30. We're gonna buy one. It seems though this is your bottom, so this could be the bottom too, and this is how you trade the contracts. VIX went up. And we're gonna follow these puppies. Mm. All right, do we have anything that's Socks is cool, but let's follow NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA and the SPY is trading together again. Did you guys make up? Did you guys broke up for a little bit? You guys broke up. That's crazy that you're okay. Okay, that was some crazy pre-market stuff. Okay, Nvidia trying to make a bounce. Oh, look at these. Oh, that's not bad. All right, I'm gonna get some. I'm in some lower beta plays right now. I'm not in any high beta plays. What time is it? 10:12. And I think that's the magic number. I like doing per trade. I think that's the magic number. You know, 'cause if you lose it, I mean, you're not going to lose the whole thing. Like, even then, you scale into it, and you're just not going to just lose the whole thing all at once. Like, you know, it's not those kind of contracts. But it has great growth potential. Great growth potential. And we already seen that spike today. So that's a good thing that we want to keep an eye out on. This is still going up. All right, Nvidia is looking neat. We still spiked up. Um, 22.45. Yeah, just some consolidation right here. And I'm okay with selling out my cons, right? You know, I sold out of them, got out. You know, I did reposition myself. You know, because we didn't know what was going on here. We seen this. This is 2 minutes. It's like 2 minutes is a long freaking time. You know, to let something go against you. So I started selling here, then got some rid of some there. Then they spiked up there. Cool. But this was a baby contract that I sold up there. You know, but then we got back into them over here. Then we just felt this. We don't care about this because of all this. And now this is where we are. So this is definitely going to be a put day right now. The puts are definitely going to be taking over today. So let's give them stars. Where's our VIX? VIX here. All right, 10:15. Eyes on contracts. Look for some weird stuff. 10:15, or it can just be some follow through. Follow through until like 10:45. we're getting ready for this 10:30 slam. Let's make sure we have enough. All right. Here we got. Silver's down 5%. That's crazy. Yeah, they killed the silver play. The silver play was open. Gold was open. We killed it. We killed it. But then they killed it. They killed the play. Millionaires were made. A lot of people made a lot of money. It's a lot of red right now. That could just be a stop rate. They're just rating everyone stops, clearing all the stops for it to move lower. $678. Friday, pre-market low. Friday's low. Thursday pre-market low 680. We hit 676. We blew through that. All right, enough of that. All right, they're blowing through levels now. They're blowing through levels now. And that's why I chose low beta plays. It takes a lot for them to go against you. Oh no, they squoze me right there. That was my breaking point. Okay. I'm about to say, did they really squeeze me out of my contracts because they started going against me? Now, if I would have had a high beta, I would have been out. I would have been out a long time ago. High beta plays you're getting out within seconds because I think it's moving fast. You know, so low beta plays, you need a lot for it to go against you. Is this from the video? All right, let's wait. Let's look at those calls. Now this is a higher low, so they are. I'm trying to see the squeeze point. 22. The lower this puppy hit was 22. It hit 25. It's at 27 right now. All right, we can hold this. We're gonna see if this gets worse. If it's just a don't sell your put day. Because if they undo this candle, we're definitely moving lower. Because this was just so abrupt. Yep. Yep. They know. They know. These contracts are moving fast. Let's scale into them. Because let's understand the channel that we're in, especially with these contracts. So these are a little bit higher beta. These are a bit higher beta. Right now I'm playing this 670. No, this is this 670. Let me just know. This is what I'm playing. I'm watching. All right. Wow, this was a big move. This right here was a big move right there in those contracts. Yeah. No, it wasn't a big move. Yeah. So these bottom tick these particular contracts, they bottom ticked at 22 cents. And now they're at 32. I think the bottom ticked at 22. I start watching them at 25. I bought two. I bought one at 25, then I bought another one at like 27, 28. Then my average is 27. So I got two at 27 cents, and they're at 33 cents right now. All right. All right. So we see. So we don't. So the reason why you want to understand what the market is doing, because you don't want to go in and out your contracts. You don't want to go in and out. You want to stay in them, so then they can hit the the max level. So we don't know where max pain is. We come out, we see one good flush. This is a lot of consolidation, but this is a big failure right here. It's a huge failure. Our MACD is reading bearish. That's the one. Here go to 5. You see that was a rough 5 minutes right there. Rough 5 minutes. But now look, they're eating that whole candle back up. Gonna go another leg lower. So these kinds aren't doing bad. They topped out at 30%. You can take 30%. 30%, not bad at all. But I don't know. You got to let the play. So far, when you see something like this, I should have bought more a long time ago. First of all, like if I wanted some, now they're getting kind of expensive. Like I don't want to spend 37 to pop for them. Now it just now the play just got to play. You see 50% up. You know, I bought them at 27. They're at 41. You know, so that was a good channel. You know, that was it. But now that was a good play. The only thing I did wrong was I didn't add on. I didn't add more on in the low 30s. Low 30s, maybe more in the 28s. You know, I should have definitely bought a lot more. But I also didn't zoom out and just, you know, just keep having confidence in the play. Because once you, all right, we're at 50% on the play. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Here we go. All right, so I don't, you know, because we're gonna leg. I don't want to. I don't want to wait for the next leg because we're gonna leg now. All right, so this is how I have to trade. That's how you have to do it. All right. All right. This could be a curl. It looks like we have a higher low here. We have a higher low here. It's 1027. This thing can, and that's the new direction for the day. We got to break these levels. Got to break these levels. Got to break those levels. Hmm. Um, we can wait. We can be patient. We can be patient. So the contracts are still gaining value. You know, they're teetering between 47, 50%. You know, that's why I'm debating on selling. I picked up some high beta guys down low. Here we go, making a move right here. I was thinking about picking up some high beta guys down low. I mean, I picked them up. I was thinking about just holding those and getting rid of this play. You know, this play would pretty much pay for that whole play right there. If I sell this off. Uh, we're, we sold off some of the position. All right, that's the 1030 flop right there. That's the 1030 flop. Now we gotta look for something. We gotta look for a pivot. Look for a pivot. I sold one of my high betas. I still have my low betas. All right, the high betas are getting. Mm, 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 Let those low betas turn into high betas. But you gotta feed them theta. You gotta feed them theta. If you want your contracts to grow, you gotta feed them theta. They're like Pokemon. Nah, they don't like Pokemon. Do you feed Pokemon? I guess you can feed Pokemon. Alright, yeah, he's up 60%. Alright. You see, we're hitting those levels. We broke this level. We're breaking this level. We're attacking all this. We're attacking all that. Let's go out. Let's see. Is this today? This is today. What is this? 217. Is this pre-market? It's 677. No, we broke the 677. This is 69. It's too low. 76. That's here. That's here. That's 1219. This is December. The next level is probably here. 668. 668. Is this where we are? 668. 665. I think from here 668 maybe. 668 is on the table. Whoa. There we go. Our low betas turn. I just bought some high betas too. That's awesome. I just bought some more high betas. Just bought some more high betas. Ah. It sucks I sold that one high beta. But I did see that high test. All right, that's awesome. I sold the one at 50 and this one's at 116. But I still have some other high betas. Those are doing well. All right, there we go. $22.40. Going back up. All right, it's 10:35. 10:35. We had that slam to right there. That was that 10:30 slam. How some people would argue with that, but you can't argue with data, right? Like that's just data. Not necessarily that the market's going to go every day down at 10:30 a.m. It's just that usually that's when you'll see some market, but some big market movement. Mm, let me t- Sheesh. Just want to stay focused. I take my shirt off. Let's. Ooh. All right, let's see where we are. Let's see what are they going to do. 2251. That's a spike. All right, there we go. There we go. So I can get it there. 2266. Nvidia still dropping. I should just stay here. I should just be here. Okay. All right. So they're really, although they're taking that away, you have to make that a strength. So last week I got in contact with Robinhood, and there's something wrong in the app. Okay, because they keep you inside of certain menus, so you can't go back and forth. Well, what I've learned in life as a black man was you have to use the weaknesses that they incur on you as a strength. So I have to translate that. So and it's easy to translate it because I'm a black man, so I know how to do that. And they're locking you in to certain screens, so then you can't go out. Well, that's forcing you to trade a certain way. Well, learn how to trade that way. That's it. Understand the handicap and overcome it. You know, Intelligence is measured by adapting to new situations. When you're presented with a new um occurrence or like a new event, things change like chess. One move can just change the entire game, and it's just like that, and you have to be able to use your mind so you can scale in and out. You got to be able to zoom out and see things that are big, make them really small so you can see everything else around it, no matter how big it is. You got to be able to do those thought exercises and go through those thought exercises, so and in trading it translates, it definitely translates because you have to be able to see the big and the small. I think that's where this voice came from. It's the news announcer or the contestant announcer. I don't know, contestant announcer. I don't know. I don't know. Let's keep an eye out on VIX. VIX is going up. VIX is going up. Fear's going up. Fear's going up incrementally. Now, it's at 96 technically. Uh, I think these are fake. 92, 96, 96. We got to see something change because you're not also not breaking these levels right there. Look at this right here too. Look, all this. All right, we're not going to just be here. This can be the new low. 85, 70. Ooh, no balls, no balls, no balls, no balls, no balls. Alright, big boss. Where are you? 81. VIX is dropping. Alright, VIX is dropping. Alright, it looks like NVIDIA. It looks like NVIDIA. VIX is dropping. Let's keep an eye here. What time is it? 11:46. Mm, 82 7. All right, that was bottom. Was that bottom? You did this before and fell down some more. All right, I think that's the end. All right, that's bullish. All right, this is bullish. I think we're turning bullish. Big bounce, big bounce. 86 is coming down a little bit. I mean, coming back up a little bit. $22.89. AFCO WDC. $22.91. That was a spike. 73. This dropped. All right, we can look for some pressure relieving right now. That's a rejection. Well, we don't know if it's a rejection yet. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We have a lot of volume to eat up here, here, here. There's a lot of volume here. It's look like a lot of rejection. $77. This is actually going lower. They're going lower. What time is it? 10:54. We could have another 40 minutes of this before another move. All right, this is recovery. This is recovery. I think this is where the algo is going to probably take it at. They cut some of those windows. these would be really good. I got out of I got out of my puts. I'm looking for a new entry. I don't know if I want to stay in those because they can just theta just theta ping pong this, and those contracts are just going to lose value, lose value, lose value. Well, we are getting higher highs. We gotta respect that. Higher lows, gotta respect that. We don't want to stay one sided. That's how you lose all your money. If it's time to pivot, you gotta pivot. Yeah, Nvidia. Look at Nvidia. Oh God, Nvidia. Ooh, I'm happy I got out of those. Did I? Yeah, I'm happy I got out of those. Sheesh. Now don't get fooled. Potomac. Potomac. No, Potomac. It's Potomac. All right. What are these contracts looking like? 66. Ooh, they they're doing really well. 31. They did really well. But if you would have caught that at that bottom, well, let's find the channel. This, this is a lot more grindier. This is a lot more grindier. They already hit 200%. These guys. Edited. That would be nice. Looks like lower day. Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh. Sheesh. I'm happy I got the contracts when I got them. Sheesh. Sheesh. Give me that. Here, I'm top ticking these puppies. Let's top tick these puppies. This is good money right here. That's good money right there. That's good eating. That's good eating. We eating. That's good eating. Got them at a good price. A good price. We got them at a good price. And they keep going up. Well, just the one. I said, let me get 3 of them things. Let me get 3 of them things. I got them things around here. And then we got all this. That was 50 right there. But technically right there, right there, that was 200. That was the last little bit. Them Jones was down to them Jones were low. Yo, we got them at a good price, boy. We got them at a good price. All right, we're gonna buy a put up here at the top. So we have a put and we have a call. The call is up. So we're gonna let that drag, and we also bought a put. So we're gonna just let this go whichever way it's going to go. So we have a spread technically. We just have a two-legged spread. That's all it is. And I'm looking for these numbers to change drastically so I can know to sell the call, and I bought the put at the low. All right. That was a good price. That was a good play. That was a good play. That was a good triple, actually. That was a great triple. How much did we spend? 36.95. We spent 95 and we made I think $75 on the play. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. That was a good play. We spent I'm sorry. No, yeah, yeah, because we got him under 35. Yeah, nice play. Nice play. Uh, Now we're gonna watch and see what is this gonna actually do, because it's looking like we're hitting a top. So that was a big recovery. That was a big recovery. That was a big recovery. All right, I'm going to get out of this put before it gets away from me. All right, I sold my call too early, but that's fine. We didn't lose anything off that put. We still sold that call at 200%, so we're fine on that. We are fine on that. Let's scout some more contracts, but something a lot less expensive, so we can get good multiples. You have to find the right contract because you want to get the right amount of theta. It's all about theta. Theta, theta, theta. Wow, these are really good. These are 300. These are 300% right here. You know what? We always go crazy. Let's not go so crazy. I mean, that could be the next leg. Let's skip one, and then we can add on if we need to. probably get more. Well, they're about to. What's the top tick? Well, not the top tick. They dropped down to 37, and then they drop more. These contracts open up. Well, they didn't open up. They went up to 111. What did they open up at? They opened up at 74. Was 935. They were at 74, and then they top ticked at 111. I had a big drop, went down to about 27, 18, went down to 18. From 18, they went from 18 to 37, dropped 37 to 9, and they're at 9 to 31 right now. Let me make sure. Okay, we're good. We don't want anything to just get away from us. Now, if I want to get more of these, I should. They're hitting the 10% threshold. We should get them now. Let's get them now because this just seems really bullish. It's going really bullish. All right, we're gonna watch these. I mean, for them to hit opening print again, 680 high, 682. For us to hit 682, that would be crazy. But I mean, this is one hell of a recovery right here. There's contracts that hit 500-600% already. From that bottom, from hitting that bottom, boom. From there to there, they're up hundreds of percent already. Certain contracts. But if this hits, wow, high 682, that's crazy. That's absolutely amazing. That's absolutely amazing. This is why, as a day trader, man, you can't be bullish or bearish. You got to look somewhere. You can look somewhere and lean, but you just can't. And we want to watch these contracts real close. But that 682.80 is looking quite delicious. What time is it? 11:10. That would be crazy. That would be quite amazing. That would be quite amazing. That's crazy. Wow. 682. That's crazy. Are you really going to? That'd be crazy. Wow. Wow. This is absolutely incredible. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, Robin Hood, why'd you do that? That's crazy. Robin Hood cucked me, bro. Robin Hood cucked me, bro. Really? I mean, we made money. We just didn't top tick them the way we were supposed to. That's crazy, bro. Mm. You gotta do that to me, Robin Hood. I like you. one. We're gonna watch him here. So they got those puts red. They have the calls red. We're gonna see where we are in this channel. We're gonna drop those. We're gonna see where we are. Let's pick up a low beta. Let's pick up a low beta. Alright, I gotta get my risk game over here fast. No, wrong thing. Alright. Alright. What are these at? Damn, these were 5 cents. These are almost 30 cents now. My goodness. That's 6 times. That's 600%. That's 6 times. 6 times is a big times. Well, if that went up 6 times, there's something else on the other side that went down 6 times. So let's shop out. Let's go out. Let's go out. Actually, yeah. What time is it? Let's wait. Let's wait. These guys. Okay, awesome. So we can keep an eye on these. And we can keep an eye on those from there. I don't know why my phone is acting all types of slow right now. Let me unplug it. Maybe get some of that heat out of it. And now we want to understand what's going on with these puts, because these puts are getting drained. But we would want to get a high beta, low cost guy. Maybe we want to keep an eye on this. Let's look here. Keep an eye out on that. All right, that's good. Nice. And where were you? Okay, nice. I said we're going to keep an eye on you, actually. A close eye. We're going to follow you. You know, we're just going to buy you. So we're going to open up a contract on the top of this channel right here. I'm okay with that. I'm just going to go back. All right, now we're going to have to go back. Thank you. Let's go here. Let's pay attention to the channels that we're in. Let's go back to the contract. What is this? That's that. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Hmm. Keep an eye on these. We are technically, well, we're trying to break out above it. All right, we are technically above it. So from peak to trough, this was at 82 to 75. That was 7 piece, and now we're up 8 piece, maybe 9 piece. So these are some really big swings. All right, so it's looking bullish. So we don't have to worry about. Uh, well, we don't need protective puts right now. Right now, I don't think right here is the place. Maybe if we go another leg higher, then we can open up protective puts. You know, uh, just one. And then as it moves up, let go of it and then buy another one. You don't. I don't think you necessarily, but it depends on how much money you have. This is just how I'm playing it. This is looking kind of topish. We had a lot of weakness. We went through that weakness. We went through all that weakness, and now look at all that strength. Boom! Look at all that strength. That's crazy. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. That's insane. That the market is even swinging like this. But we made bread on the puts. We made bread on the calls. Wow, that was crazy. That was some crazy price action. Uh, uh, gotta keep your head on a swivel. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're going to watch this. Speaking of swivel, with the way this thing's been moving today, man, you really got to watch these contracts. I don't mind giving up that profit so we can see where this go. All right, we're out. We're not gonna go take it. That's crazy. So buried. Mm. I don't have anything open. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Did I not get out those trades at the right time? At the right time. Oh my goodness. What is going on? This is crazy. This is crazy. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. I picked up some low betas. All right, we're back. And we're back. Oh no, we gotta restart this. We gotta. All right, VIX going down. All right, now I don't have anything open right now. What time is it? 11:40. I should really be marking these low and high days. Let's wait. These contracts look good, and maybe we're just waiting for the day to really mature somewhere for another leg down. I'm like, listen to that. Trump is talking right now. When did he start talking? Was he supposed to talk? Hmm. I didn't see anything there. So this is a lot more green than what we've seen earlier. Before it was everything down there red. Hmm. Interesting. No. Um, I just opened another spread with two high betas and a low beta looking down and one looking up. Uh, so so right here we want to find out where the market's going, and then we want to lean into it, you know, and then we want to lean into it, you know. But if they go against us, it's like, all right, we're not taking that much of an L. I want to get one more of these. Let's go low beta. And what are we losing on this? All right. This is cool. Yeah, that's how you build a nice safe position. You know, you can of course go one way, you know, but then it's like, you know, in a market like this, like come on, like this thing can definitely turn against you, like so quick. So I rather understand the contracts that I'm buying because each contract is acting different. You know, you can trade the same contract. I'm sorry, yeah, the same underline, but each strike has this different option, and each option has different metrics, different gammas. The gamma is going to be all different. The market didn't like that.
From the biggest. Yes, sir. Hold it. Do you have any questions for the biggest people on earth, the biggest business people, the biggest companies anywhere on earth? No. Do you have a question for them? Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask them a question.
To rebuilding the oil infrastructure in Venezuela. And for the executives in the room, what do you need from the administration in order to invest?
That's a good question. Do you want to go and answer that question?
Be established to even understand what kind of returns that we'd get on the investments. So I think all the investments and the opportunity sets, I think everyone sitting around this table would have the opportunity and the know-how and the capability to make the investments. The questions will ultimately be how durable are the protections from a financial standpoint, what do the returns look like, what are the commercial arrangements, the legal frameworks, all those things have to be put in place in order to make a decision to understand what your return would be over the next several decades that these
are getting
billion-dollar
theta burn.
investments would be made on.
It looks like.
Could I do this? Because we have, again, the biggest people on the planet Earth around this table, biggest companies in the world. I'd like to just ask them to introduce themselves. We'll start from this end and go around to here. And if you have anything to quickly say, we can do that. But you want to just start right over here? These two guys, we'll leave them out because they're with us. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. John Addison at VTOL. We're here to ensure that you are going to be able to move all of this oil all around the world at the best price possible so that the influence that you have over the Venezuelans will ensure that you get what you want.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian Sheffield of Formentera. My grandfather, Hugh Sheffield, was the president of Arca, Venezuela.
Right.
Thank you for what you did.
Do you like what we're doing?
There's a lot of shale there, a lot of upside.
He would be very happy looking down. He'd be very proud of you right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Oh God.
Mr. President, Luis Rodriguez. I'm probably the only Venezuelan American sitting on around this table. I want to personally thank you for the courage of your actions over the last couple of weeks. I think I speak, and I speak of Venezuela in general in saying there's optimism. You've brought optimism to the table, and if the conditions are met, the opportunities absolutely.
You brought optimism to the table.
That's true. Thank you. Well said.
Lord Master.
This is a tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Please give me your hand in Botox to kiss. Lord Master Trump.
Our first vessel should load in the next week.
Great. Good job. Thank you.
I think the reason that most of us are here and thinking about the future is because we trust you initially to set this program up that will work and guarantee that this can be done. And There's a huge investment that needs to be done. We've all agreed on that. And certainly we need time to see that through. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Master, for all you've done. Thank you for saving the poor, fat children of America. They don't need to eat meat every day, sire.
Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great.
They don't need fresh vegetables, sire.
Thank you,
Lord
President, for
Master
having us here.
Trump.
And thank you for opening the door to a better Venezuela. We are a Spanish company.
Thank you, Lord Master, for taking our president
We have invested over the last 15 years.
and stealing our natural resources, Lord Sire. We don't know what to do with them. You, Lord Trump, you know how to take us out of the dark ages and into the darkness of the abyss. Lord Master Trump.
With our partners of E&I, we produce the gas that guarantees the stability of a half of the grid power in Venezuela. So we are committed with this stability.
I wish I
And
can
on top of
do that
that,
voice
we are
with
on
a
the ground,
Venezuelan
we have
accent.
people, we have
Oh my
facilities,
God.
we
I'm
have
gonna have to
technical
try.
capabilities, and I take your
No,
point,
because
Mr.
it's going to
President.
sound like
We
I'm
are
making
ready
fun
to
of that
invest
guy. I'm making
more
fun of that
in
guy.
Venezuela.
I'm trying to
Today,
grab
we
a
are
Venezuelan
producing
accent
45,000 barrels a day
and put the
gross
darkness of
and
the
we are
Sith
ready to multiply
in
by
the
3
ideals into the inflection of his
your
voice.
recommendation, if you
But I
allow us,
can't
of
do it in
course,
like a
and in the
Venezuelan accent.
framework,
That'd just be
commercial and legal framework that could
just
allow
so hard.
this
And
growth.
I don't
So
want to.
thank
I'm
you,
not
Mr.
making fun of
President.
Thank you.
him
Great job you've done.
or
Thank you.
Venezuelans in their language
President, thank you
or
for
even their
having me.
culture.
Matt
Just
Sheehy, I'm with Tallgrass Energy.
the
We are
fact
an
that
infrastructure business, so whether it's
they had to bend the knee and offer the hand in their head face down. Kneel, kiss the bootstrap of Lord Master Trump.
One of the largest U.S. refiners, on behalf of the men and women of Marathon Petroleum and of our industry, thank you and the administration for what you're doing for U.S. energy independence. We have the ability and the capability.
You see that guy? The dude had to back. They had to back up before her nose poked them in the fucking eye.
We need more refineries in
They're
our
like,
country.
holy shit.
In the U.S., probably not.
Let me get out the way of
It's
this.
amazing. A lot of it was approved during my first term. We were getting you approvals that nobody could have gotten in Louisiana and other places, and they got built. Before that, it was a disaster. We didn't have the refineries. Now we do because of the first term. Please.
Darren Woods, ExxonMobil.
Okay, we'll go over here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Hildebrand, founder.
Who else
Chairman of Hill
shall
Corporation,
kiss the boot?
one of the largest private energy companies in America.
Who's bigger, you or Harold?
We're close.
Huh?
We're close. Harold. Absolutely, Mr. Harold.
I need my
But
ego stroked in my pride
the message that
for my money country.
is absolutely fantastic.
Look at that.
Thank you very much.
And finally, Hillcorp is fully committed and ready to go to rebuilding the infrastructure in Venezuela.
You'll go there? You'll be going?
Yes.
Good. That's good. You'll be very happy.
Thank you.
Lord Master, as we speak,
Mr. President, Jeff Miller.
we are taking the natural resources
American oilfield services company,
out
second largest in the world.
of the Venezuelan's mouth.
Started operations in Venezuela.
We will redirect
long time in Venezuela.
their profit into our pockets.
My kids there, so quite familiar with Venezuela, and just couldn't express gratitude more so for the opportunity to return to Venezuela under the stability that I know that this team and your team are able to deliver. And so
When did you leave?
Huh?
When did you leave Venezuela?
As a company,
We never left, sire.
2019. So we had intended to stay, and then when the sanctions went into place, we
were always there.
In returning, have 600 Venezuelans with Halliburton today, all around the world. Look forward to putting them back to work.
Great job. Great job. You'll be back. Please.
Mr. President, I'm Alex Cranberg. My company,
Mr. President,
American.
I have an idea.
We found significant.
How about we take their resources, but we let them mine and work them? And we take the profits. And we call it work. We're putting them to work, sire. Lord Master Trump.
What the allocator does is take on risk and try to reduce it, and then other people come
We're
in and
giving them jobs in the way of life.
went into Kurdistan.
Lord Master.
Shouldn't do it. We found a big field there, and it ultimately has got to be developed along with one of my colleagues here to be one of the big leading fields in Kurdistan.
Trump wants to press the button to dump this guy. Why is this suit so bright?
The reinvestment required, the investment required.
Only I may have the brightest piece of clothing on this panel.
Barrels a day for 15 years is 220 billion.
My button doesn't work. Where's my button?
To kickstart production and then reinvest and have the confidence to reinvest. And what you're doing by
Reinvest in my pockets?
the cash flow coming out of the country.
This is travesty. What is this guy talking about? Trump don't want to reinvest what?
In Hungary, we've invested $1 billion in changing the trajectory of Hungarian oil production. And we were only able to do that not because we could write $1 billion check, we're a smaller company, but because we reinvest all the cash flow back into new production.
Thank you, Lord Trump. Our companies are prospering under your control. We are making billions off of the people.
1980s. We have a lot of oil, but now just
And that's
the gas
why I
is
kept the
flowing
spread
because it's
open.
not under sanction. And as my
But
colleague
it
from
is a little
Repsol
bit
said,
theta
cover
burnt. They're
more
getting
than
hit by
about
theta.
50% of the electricity in the country. So that is essential to.
And we're doing
Yeah,
really
that's
well.
turning, but
We
it's
had
not.
a situation
nothing
3 days
impressive.
ago with Venezuela.
This look like we are breaking
getting
out
along extremely
into
well
our
with the people
direction.
of
We can
Venezuela, both
probably
the
let
people and the
this
people that
go.
are running Venezuela.
Let's break this channel.
I just want to thank our military. What
It's
they've
okay.
done is
It's only a
incredible.
couple
That
bucks.
was
We can break that
considered
channel.
unprecedented to go into a military
Let's see where this
fort with
goes.
thousands of soldiers and others.
Let's
and
see
to
where
come
this
in with
goes. Just check out the MACD.
152 planes going every which way and very rapid speeds and helicopters, and to come out with no deaths and the loss of no equipment. It was pretty amazing. Nobody's seen anything like it.
Excuse
I was
me.
called by the leaders
Yeah,
of
that past hour was
numerous countries. I
fairly
won't go
bullish.
into which ones, but the biggest.
That was very bullish.
And the
That was
strongest, and they said
definitely
that was very
1,000%ers were hit right there.
They're all impressed. But
I caught
today
some
I'm
threes and
delighted to
twos.
welcome almost 24 of the biggest and most respected oil and gas executives
Excuse
in the
me,
world
I'm so
to
sorry.
the White House. It's an
I have
honor
the
to be
hiccups. I
with
don't know
them.
why I have the hiccups.
We have many others that were not able to get in. I said if we had a ballroom,
Maybe
we'd
it's
have
the
over 1,000
voice.
people. Everybody wanted. I never knew your industry was that big. I never knew you had that
Let me call my mother so she can cost me a remedy.
Come to think of it, wow.
I should call her like that. Mother! My voice is scratchy, mother.
What a view. This is the door to the ballroom.
Oh no, look at the turn. Do you see that sinister turn?
What did you have? Unusual time to look, but I figure we might as well do it. If the fake news would like to go back
Everyone
and take a
look at
you can.
me
This is a
and
great
my
big
grandeur.
foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be.
Look at my Death Star. That's his fucking Death Star.
This is, as you know,
Dude,
our biggest room.
that fucking ballroom
We
is his
could
Death
seat
Star.
100 for dinner, maybe. If you're lucky.
Oh, dude.
Be nice and tight.
That ballroom is
Ballroom will seat
Trump's
many,
Death
and
Star.
also take care of the inauguration with bulletproof glass, drone-proof ceilings, and everything
Dude.
else. Unfortunately, that
Dude,
today you need.
that's crazy.
So we're going to discuss how these great American companies can help rapidly rebuild Venezuela's dilapidated oil industry and bring millions of barrels of oil production to benefit the United States, the people of Venezuela, and the entire world. And yesterday, the number is 30 million barrels. I can't even, is that a correct number?
Oh my gosh.
30 million barrels. You hear that, Peter? Of oil was given to us by Venezuela.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's an incredible analogy right there.
It's on our way.
You know,
to,
I will
it's on its
take
way
it.
to
I
the
said it.
United
I'm
States
accepting
right
that. That's a
And we want to thank
that's a
Venezuela
slam
for that.
dunk all day.
And we're working very well.
Dude,
Obviously, or they wouldn't have been
the
so generous, but they
freaking
respect us.
ballroom.
Again, they didn't respect us at all before. So that's money that goes to the United States.
Police
Some will go to
ice.
Venezuela.
Well,
And some will go to the oil companies,
That
but
was
not
in The
that because
Simpsons.
that's already been extracted.
oh
You're not getting any of
my
that.
goodness.
But when you start extracting, you'll
We just found
But
out
it's,
Trump's
tremendous reserves.
Death Star.
Among the biggest in the world. Some people say it is
His
the biggest
Death Star.
in the
That
world.
is the analogy is starting to
with Venezuela,
fit.
we're going to be making the decision.
I'm
as
on
to
to
which
something with that voice.
Oil companies are going to go in that we're going to allow to go in. Going to cut a deal with the companies. We'll probably do that today or very
Death
shortly thereafter
Star.
with Chris and Doug.
The
And
ball
we're dealing with the country, so we're empowered to make that
something,
deal.
Something,
And you have total safety, total
Sith.
security. One of the reasons you couldn't go in is you had no guarantees, you had no security,
something.
but now you have total security.
Death
It's a whole different
Star.
Venezuela, and Venezuela is going to be very successful. And the people of the United States are going
Venezuela.
to be big beneficiaries because we're going to be extracting, numbers of
In The Simpsons,
in terms
Donald
of oil,
Trump's
like, few people have ever
Donald
seen,
Trump creates the police ice, and he has
So,
created
you're dealing with
the
us
police
directly.
ice
You're not
right
dealing
now.
with
Are you
Venezuela at all.
serious?
We don't want you to
Waffle?
deal with Venezuela. Let me thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's doing a fantastic job.
Wow.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, likewise, a fantastic job.
I don't want to really let go of this spread because it's
I
going
like
to
'em better
break.
than
We
my
just don't
first
know
group.
where it's going to break.
But we had a great,
You know,
despite that, we had a great first term. We
free
had some great
market.
people
We
there
were.
too, by the way. Look, we had a great first term.
We
We're the
were
greatest
below
economy in the
range
history of our country in the first
the
term,
whole
but this is blowing it
pre-market.
away. And you haven't seen
And
anything yet. Everyone's been shocked by the
we
numbers.
hit some lows. We tapped some lows. But how did we tap that low?
And that's despite
run
the
it
fact
right
that we were
back up.
badly
Sheesh.
hurt by the Democrat
This is a
shutdown, of which they'd like to
this
see
is
if
a
they could shut it
trader's
down again.
market right here. This is a trader's.
Secretary
This
of
is a
Interior
trader's
Doug
paradise. This is
Burgum was
crazy. This is
fantastic.
awesome.
Secretary of Energy Chris Wright recommended.
Because even
by
when
Doug
you
as
miss,
being
you,
the
well,
greatest
no,
oil
you
man
do have to
anywhere in the world,
kind of know where
'cause
you're
I
going.
wanted Doug for
But
that
if you know what
tall
you're doing, man,
energy,
this
and
is
Doug said,
beautiful. I mean, these
No,
these
sir.
moves
There's
are
a man
pretty
named Chris
big, though.
Wright. I said, who
I
the
mean,
hell is Chris Wright?
I'm hitting.
He said he's the most talented oil man anywhere in the world. I doubt you can get him because typically oil men make a lot of money, and women. They make a lot of money, but Chris came. You took one of the greatest salary cuts probably in history, Chris, right? But he's a fantastic person, loves our country, and many other important members of this team. And I want to thank them for their efforts. As you know, last week, the United States Armed Forces performed one of the most spectacular military operations in American history, apprehending the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro for his crimes against the United States, crimes for which he has now been indicted and is in federal court awaiting trial. And he killed many people, millions of people, actually, and allowed
They
jails,
putting all them
prisons,
bodies
mental
on him?
institutions, insane asylums.
You know,
drug
I
dealers,
don't know.
Drug addicts to pour into our country totally unchecked because of Sleepy Joe Biden's policy of open borders, the stupidest thing
Oh,
I've
will
ever
you
seen. We're
please,
getting them all
Death
out.
Star? It's a perfect analogy.
Maduro makes it possible an incredible future for both nations, Venezuela and the United States, in which we will more closely integrate the economies of two major energy powers in the Western Hemisphere. Energy coming out of Venezuela was very small. One of the things the United States gets out of this will be even lower energy prices. We have people now getting gasoline for $1.99, $1.96, $1.95, $1.92 yesterday, somebody. And it used to be $3.50, $4, $5 a gallon. Think of that, $1.99. Decades ago, the United States built Venezuela's oil industry at tremendous expense with American skill, technology, know-how, and dollars. But those assets were stolen from us, and we had presidents who did nothing about it. This president is much different than your other presidents. They did nothing about it. They stole it. Some of the people in this room were a little bit younger when that happened, but not that much younger. It wasn't that long ago.
I put, he's building his
stole our
presence
assets
for
like we were
all to
babies,
see
and the
and
United
witness his
States did
power.
absolutely nothing about it. So now we're doing everything about it. Now we're doing 500% about it, but
Just like
it's a long
the
time
Death
after
Star.
the act took place. So they stole from us, and it was taken by socialists and communists at the time, and Venezuela was going bad, really bad. And as much oil as they have, they're producing almost nothing, which is just a system. So we're really, if you look at it, we're taking back what was taken from us.
Whoa!
Oil industry. We built that entire oil industry.
I knew I
Started
should have
a
sold
long
that
time ago, but they took it, and they were very ungracious to this country. But now they're being
That was a perfect
very
spread
nice.
right there.
American
All right, so we're
companies
gonna
will
lean
have the
this way.
opportunity to rebuild
We already got some
Venezuela's
stuff down there too,
rotting
so that's good.
energy infrastructure and eventually increase oil production to levels never
All right, now we just
ever
gotta
seen
track.
before. When you add Venezuela and the United States
Track
together,
the
we have
add-ons.
55% of the
We
oil
don't
in the
want
world.
that.
The United States is
We
number
don't
one.
want
We have
that.
them
We
drilling.
can do that.
Drill, baby, drill
We
was
can do
my
this.
campaign. And Doug and Chris, I think we're setting records on drilling right now and
Want that
taking oil without Venezuela.
okay, taking
That's
off
how we're
oil
getting
on.
the oil prices down.
All right, if there is
The plan
a
is for
range,
them
we're
to
on.
spend,
But
meaning
even
our
then, this is
giant oil companies will be spending at
No.
least $100 billion of their money, not the government's money.
close
They don't need
to
government money.
off the top. So this is
But
top.
they need government protection and
We
need
tap
government
1,
security that when they spend all this money,
2, 3,
it's going
4.
to
If
be
I'm
there so
counting
they
this, I
get their
have to
money
count
back
this.
and make a very nice return. The plan is for them to
Yep.
spend at least
That's a
$100
part of the
billion
structure.
to rebuild the capacity
tap,
and the
tap,
infrastructure
tap, tap.
necessary.
That's all
Venezuela
rejection.
has
Big
also
rejection
agreed
right
that
here.
The United States will
Boom.
immediately begin refining and selling up to 50
Rejection.
million
Straight down.
barrels of Venezuelan crude
Consolidation.
oil, which will continue indefinitely.
This is probably
We're
no.
all
This
set
is
to
this
do
is
it.
well past the
We
fifth.
have the
Well
refining
past the
capacity
fifth.
was actually based
Fifth
very
would maybe
much
be
on the,
right here.
Venezuelan oil, which is a heavy oil, very good oil, great
That
oil.
on the
It's,
heavy end. This on the light end.
fantastic for
And
certain
then keep
things like
moving
asphalt
down.
roads.
This
Best there
is
in the
something
world
else.
for asphalt roads and other things.
What time is it?
All of
12.
the companies here today are going to be treasured
Interesting.
partners in
Oh,
bringing
I'm
the
late on
nation of
those.
Venezuela
Oh, I'm
back
so late
to
on
life,
those.
restoring its
I
economy
should have
and
just bought and no,
generating
it doesn't
great
make
wealth
sense.
for their
Why
companies
shoot then
and
ask questions
for
later?
their people, and
I don't like
also
that.
great wealth for the American
Instead of
people,
doing that, let's just do
and
this.
tremendous wealth for the companies that are going in. The companies that are going in, and if you don't want to go in, just let me know, because I got 25 people that aren't here today that are willing to take your place. So I just want to thank, these are people that I either know or I know of by reading lots of business magazines and journals and papers. These are the greatest oil people anywhere in the world. Harold Hamm, I see, is here. Harold, you know, there's a story about Harold Hamm that he could look at a piece of land, put a straw into the land, and oil pours out. Is that true about you? Whereas some of you guys have to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to find that oil. So we can't let that story
Alright,
be
you
true.
can
But they say Harold puts a
continue with
straw
the rest
into
of
the
the day
land,
right now, probably.
and oil comes gushing out. So you're not a big R&D person, are you, huh? He's called instinct for oil. Now, he's got other problems, but we won't talk about those problems. But he's been a great supporter of mine for a long time, haven't you, Harold? So congratulations. But we have, and I think Harold would agree, we have the greatest oil men and women anywhere in the world sitting in this room right now. And we have a lot of people that will be back to see us sometime next week. We're going to have another meeting for another group. But we're going to do this very quickly. We can have this done almost immediately. So I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'd like to invite Vice President Vance to say a few words, followed by Secretaries Rubio, Burgum, and Wright. And then we'll have a few words from representatives that are here and to discuss their ideas. A couple of them We have Chevron, which has been, where's Chevron? Where are you?
Far right.
No, I thought you'd have a better location. You were the only one that was there for all that. I used to call you and say, what the hell is going on with Venezuela? He stuck it out. I don't know if you made money or not, but you stuck it out. I got to give you a lot of credit for that. Mark Nelson, thank you very much. Exxon CEO Darren Woods. Darren, thank you very much. How's Exxon doing? Okay? They'll do a lot better now, won't they?
I might want to.
Exxon's been amazing. It's been an amazing
out of
company.
this.
And ConocoPhillips CEO Ryan Lance.
We've
Thank
made
you very
enough
much. So
money
you
on
guys
that,
could say
and it's just-
something, and then we'll take some questions from the press. And if anybody else would like to speak, we'll have you speak. We have all the time in the world. This is a big subject. This is massive wealth, and more importantly than massive wealth, it leads to lower taxes and a lot of jobs for Americans and for Venezuelans, but for Americans in this case. And I just, again, appreciate you all being here. And I'd like to ask JD to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks to everybody for being here. You know, as a Marine Corps veteran for my entire lifetime, presidents, and let's be honest, they were Democrats and Republicans, would send the American military to far-off places. They would get us involved in these endless quagmires. They would lose hundreds or thousands of American lives, and the American people would get nothing out of these misadventures. And now you have an American president who's empowered the American military to stop the flow of drugs into our country and to ensure that we, as opposed to our adversaries, control one of the great energy reserves that exist anywhere in the entire world. And he did it without losing a single American life in the process. It was an amazing operation. It's going to make our country richer. It's going to make our country more powerful. It's going to make our country safer. And it's going to lead to the decline, the further decline of drug overdose deaths in the United States of America. An amazing thing, and I'm happy to be here to talk about how we can make it an even bigger and better operation for the American people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think this is a reminder that everything this president does, everything President Trump does is with the American people in mind. It is not in the national interest or national security of the United States and of our people to have in our own hemisphere a country, not just with vast energy reserves, but controlled by an indicted narco-trafficker who flooded our country with illegal immigration, including drug gang members, openly cooperated with drug gangs, and by the way, stole the wealth of that country to fund a repressive regime and also benefit adversaries such as Iran. All of that is now changing. As part of this process, the first phase, of course, is the phase we're in now, which is the stabilization phase. We did not want to see destabilization in the country. We're working very cooperatively with the interim authorities there to provide a market for the sale of the wealth of Venezuela in such a way that benefits the people, both of the United States, but also the people of Venezuela. And as a reminder to everyone, the President announced this just 2 days ago, every penny, everything they buy with the money that they're making from the oil now, Mr. President, will be bought from America. And that includes everything from equipment for the oil industry to food to medicine and everything in between. The second will be a phase of recovery, and then some of these phases will interlap, and that is to have a normal economy again where the money goes to the benefit of people, not the benefit of our adversaries or the benefit of elements in that country and around the world that are against our interests, at the same time as a process of reconciliation has to happen internally among the different sectors of society and politics and the like. And finally, the third phase, which is the most important of the three, is when the country fully transitions into a normal country that we have strong economic and diplomatic and relations with, that is friendly towards the United States, that's not a foothold for our adversaries, that serves our interests, but also the interests of the people. It'll be a country that is wealthy, a country that is prosperous for the people, not for a handful of criminals, but also a country that is supportive of our interests in the region and throughout the world. And we thank you, Mr. President, and the team you've assembled that have brought us to this point. A lot of work remains, important work, but this is historic.
Okay. Thank you very much. Doug?
Well, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership, not just as President, but as Commander-in-Chief. The boldness, the execution, the breathtakingly precise work that you've delivered both in Iran back in June and here has changed the field for the whole world. And you always ran about the idea of peace and prosperity. And in Venezuela, as you know, this was a playground for every bad actor in the world. We had Russians, Iran, terror groups, all of them profiting from this criminal organization that was pretending to run the country. that makes America safer. You've secured the border, we're stopping the flow of drugs, and now with the normalization of relationships on an economic basis, it's going to mean tremendously for the prosperity of the American people. So I just want to say again, congratulations to you and to the entire leadership team. It's been an amazing, historic week on the scale of things that we haven't seen perhaps for 125 years in terms of the U.S. Exerting its influence over Latin America in a way that's going to make a change for generations. And on behalf of all the oil executives that are here today, Chris and I want to say thank you to all of you. It's your technology, your innovation that has put America in the place where today we are the most energy dominant country in the world. And that position is what's allowed us to take the action that we're taking with statecraft, with military action. None of that would happen if we were dependent on everybody else for energy. So you're a big part of the reason that we're able to move the way we are today. And we're grateful that you're here to be part of the solution going forward.
Thank you, Doug, and you are doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. They know who's doing well. Chris Wright?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to keep jumping in and out of
What we've
plays.
seen in the last week
But I'm not
is
going to let something
leadership
just
matters and
go
credibility
against me.
matters. Venezuelan oil has been sanctioned for many years, and the oil just flew, those sanctions were not enforced. That oil just floated out to trafficked by bad actors of the world. The resources weren't gone to a central place. The corruption and decline of Venezuela has been a crisis for the people of Venezuela, and as Secretary Rubio said, massive spillover effects in the United States, in crime, in drugs, in kidnappings, and in taking a huge resource base and making it not exploited, not developed. The whole world is a poorer, less opportunity-rich place because of that. When you have materials underground, they've been underground for 1 million years. That does not make them a resource. That does not make them valuable for your country, your people, or the world. They only become a resource with technology,
The animals.
with rule of law, and a system of governance that encourages the harvesting of those resources to make the better world. And we see here the dramatic contrast between the United States, which may have less oil underground than Venezuela. We have 20 times the production of Venezuela, 20 times the impact of human betterment, massively better quality of living here in the United States. That was at risk under the last administration. We've seen a lot of attacks on the energy that makes the world go round. President Trump's election
And this, sire, is why we should take their oil reserves.
Production of oil in the United States.
They can't
production of natural
afford
gas
that.
in the United States. We've seen a meaningful decline in gasoline prices, diesel prices, travel prices because of jet fuel. And now President Trump is taking the genius of a different way to try to solve a 25-year festering problem in Venezuela, that all the traditional things have not worked. But ordering both a tremendous military operation to remove the heads of a criminal organization masquerading as a government, and then to use the power of our military, not to fire bullets, but to stop the flow of Venezuelan oil to the world, immediately gave us leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela and has allowed us to be in this position today where the actions of this government can massively improve Venezuela for the better. And the bigger impact is to massively improve the quality of life, affordability, safety, and security of the United States.
Sorry about that.
Very proud to be here.
I'm just talking inside this White House. Oh no, this is the Times. Times Now. How many people are in here? Oh, okay. There's only 256.
Chevron has been in Venezuela for over 100 years.
All right, we're following some more. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. So we have some high beta plays and some low beta plays right now in working. Through this chop, I did relieve some of my position, but only like half though.
Again,
you know, I mean, there's a lot to grab below.
Here, Mr. President.
You know, there's more to risk
on his behalf,
up top than below, in my opinion.
Thank yous and an assurance.
You know, so we want to keep following the trend.
Thank you, Mr. President,
we see a lot of consolidation, but I
thank you
mean,
for
this
convening
is
this
just
gathering, and
remarkable.
thank you for your
That's crazy.
leadership, and
that
thank
we
you
ate
for
all that back up. That's
continuing
just
to keep
absolutely
American
crazy.
energy domination in the forefront. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
The second thank you,
Lord
is to
Master
the cabinet.
Trump.
So Secretary Rubio Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, your ability and commitment to continue to engage with the parties around the table to keep the world working is greatly appreciated. So thank you. Thank you for that. And the final thank you actually would go to our Venezuelan employees of Chevron. They've been working tirelessly to operate safely, protect the environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance. For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past. We are certainly committed to its present, and we very much look forward as a proud American company to help it build a better future. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership.
You really suffered there. You stuck it out. A lot of people left. A lot of big companies left. Many of the people sitting at this table left because of the safety risk and other risks. But you stuck it out. I give you credit for that. Sometimes it was hard. I remember 6 months ago I told you to stay, just stay. Things are going to happen. You'll be very happy. I didn't know they were going to happen this fast or this conclusively. One thing I think everyone has to know is that if we didn't do this, China or Russia would have done it. And if China or Russia were a next-door neighbor, because essentially this is not around the...
If they didn't invade, if we didn't invade, they would have. We don't want that.
Sort of a next-door neighbor, if you think about it. And
we would rather steal and pillage our neighbors than allow those from across the pond to come over here and make base next to us.
China would have been there and Russia would have been there. Maybe they both would have been there together, but they're not going to be there now. One thing I will tell them, and I will tell you, that we are open for business. China can buy all the oil they want from us there or in the United States. Russia can get all the oil they need from us, and they do like oil, even though they produce a lot of it. But China and Russia and everybody else is able to go.
Venezuelans deserve to enjoy freedom and the guarantee of human rights.
$100 million will be spent.
Absolutely.
$100 billion will be spent very, very rapidly by these very big, powerful, and rich companies, and I think they're going to be able to rebuild the infrastructure. I hope it's going to be brand new as opposed to a rehab, because I know the tremendous difference between the new and the not so new in your industry. The new is
but I've learned
much more beautiful, much better.
Those with
actually much
the
smaller. It's
biggest
smaller and stronger. It's a combination
wins.
Of smaller, better, and stronger. So I hope you're going to build all brand new stuff, rip out the old crap that's been there for so many years, and do it the right way. You're going to be there a long time if we make a deal. If we make a deal, you're going to be there a long time. If we don't make a deal, you won't be there at all. It's, sort of interesting. But again, China and Russia would have been there if we didn't do this. And the other thing people ask about the second wave, I don't think it's going to be necessary. We have an armada, a giant armada like nobody's ever seen in that part of the world. And it's stationed off the coast. And we are getting along so well with the people that are involved in representing Venezuela that I don't think we're going to have any...
okay. Finger off the trigger.
Do the second wave. We were planning on a second wave, but the first wave was so powerful and so good and so strong. And frankly, the people in the country, they did the right thing. They were smart. They did the right thing. They didn't want to go through a second wave. But we've got a tremendous number of the most powerful ships in the world.
We will send waves upon waves to crash upon their shores like the coastline.
I want to thank you, and ExxonMobil, if you would say a few words, and then followed by Conoco, great companies, massive companies, great companies.
We will squeeze and squeeze until every bit of juice is out of the grape.
Provide a perspective. Frankly, we've been kind of unresponsive to the press regarding Venezuela. I guess today's the opportunity to address the press directly.
Unresponsive. We don't respond to their communication.
And I think, the way I would position that, I think one of the reasons why we
communication?
Is we're in business for a product that is in great demand and will be in demand for many, many, many decades to come. And as a depletion business, the biggest challenge we have is finding resources. there's an opportunity in Venezuela with
Okay,
all the
okay,
resources
okay.
there. We don't have that
I had to
challenge of finding
understand
them.
what
We
was
have the
going on with
challenge
that
of
right there.
developing those resources. So I think it's in the best interest of these companies and, frankly, society as a whole.
I
for
wish I had
the
a crystal
industry to be
ball. Oh
interested in
my
understanding
gosh,
what the
this was
opportunity it
crazy.
represents. I'll just share
This,
a philosophy that ExxonMobil has
sheesh.
when we enter countries, because we do business all around the world in a number of different regimes. We take a very long-term perspective. The investments that we make span decades and decades, so we do not go into any opportunity
Sheesh.
with a short mindset.
Short,
mindset.
short, what? Short,
There's a value
short.
proposition that we have.
Somebody say short.
It has to be a win-win-win
Huh? Short?
proposition.
What? Short?
Obviously, it has to be a win for the company and our shareholders, and to generate a return for the investments that we make. Has to be a win
All right,
for the
I think we're
government.
gonna let off this short.
The resources
actually.
are an important source of revenue that help support the people of the places that we do business. And it has to be a win for the people. We have to be there and to be a good neighbor. And those three things ensure a stable, long-term platform for the large investments that we make for the long term. With respect to Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in
I gotta update the notes.
1940s.
This was a gap down.
We've had our assets seized there twice.
Gap down
And
field.
so you can imagine to re-enter
And then
a third
just-
time
just
would
total
require
whipsaw.
some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state. If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks, the legal system. There has to be durable investment protections, and there has to be a change to the hydrocarbon laws in the country. We're confident that with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place. And with respect to the Venezuelan government, that perspective we don't have a view on. We haven't talked to the Venezuelan government, and obviously we have yet to assess the people's perspective with respect to ExxonMobil entering the country. In the short term, there are things that can be done while these longer-term issues are being worked. For us, we haven't been in the country for almost 20 years. We think it's absolutely critical in the short term that we get a technical team in place to assess the current state of the industry and the assets, to understand what would be involved to help the people of Venezuela get production back on the market. With the invitation of the Venezuelan government and with appropriate security guarantees, we are ready to put a team on the ground there. We also have a integrated set of capabilities from production to refining to trading, and I think we can be of assistance
Going into the
to
1 o'clock hour.
getting the Venezuelan crude to market and realizing a market price to help, again, with the financial situation in Venezuela. So those are my short-term perspective that I have. I'd say maybe close with a thank you, Mr. President, for the work that you've done to secure not only the national security, but the energy security of the region. And then thank you, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, for your leadership in this matter. Thank you.
How long would it take you, Darren, as Exxon to, if we make a deal, how long would it take you to get in there and get started?
Well, the first step, this technical team, as I talked with Secretary Wright earlier this week, we started from the beginning to put the team together so that if and when it was needed, we could hit the ground almost immediately. So we can hit the ground within the next couple of weeks, start the assessment, and then from there we need to understand.
That's what we want. We want speed and quality. That's what we want. Thank you, Darren. And Conoco, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to be here too, and you've assembled a great team. And our congratulations as well for removing one of the terrible people in the world and bringing them to justice. It was quite amazing. I think you've given hope to the people of Venezuela again, which I think is quite remarkable. And we've been on the other end of that
um, news. Hmm.
Like an advantage, and there are days where it
Oops, I'm
does feel
sorry.
like an advantage. But having
I
people
took
on
the
the
sound off.
ground today that care desperately about the people of Venezuela and know how to operate the assets that are there, that is a definite advantage today.
Would you say the best locations are available, or would you say the best locations are already sort of worked, even though they're in very bad shape? The
Well,
best locations for finding oil, the best locations for oil.
There are more opportunities than not, Mr. President. With 300 billion barrels of reserves and resources in country, there are lots of opportunities for many companies.
Will you be building new, or will you be using the old infrastructure that you have?
Yeah, today it's a little bit of a mix, but today it's mostly us taking the equipment of today, getting it to the standards that we are accustomed to your comments about making it how it should be today. Most of the investments that we've been making are about getting it up to our standards.
Well, I think you're going to make an investment, but you're going to get your money back very quickly, and that's part of our thing. We're going to have you get your money back fast, and then you'll give a lot to Venezuela and to the United States after that. Okay, so you'll be in good shape. Could I ask Carol Tam to say a few words? He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Very amazing man, actually, amazing energy person.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's good to be here with so many dignified people.
Who has yet
and thank you for
to kneel
for what you've done
and
here, taking
kiss
despot out of that
the
area.
boots?
And the world dealt with him way too long. Certainly, our industry knows that this is a real jewel that can be developed for the people, of Venezuela, and also benefit the world. And like Secretary Wright said, it has not been done. That's not been done in the past, and they had a good chance at it.
So insane. That
brought
is insane.
Someone in that totally took it down, as
so
everybody knows here,
insane,
and that was
man.
Chavez,
Oh
and we
my
know what happened to him
How does
finally.
it
But
recover like that?
you know that ruined the industry
just so
ruined
incredible.
in Venezuela, and all of us know how that ended very well, very wrongly.
You gotta break that level.
Anyway, we're glad to
It
see
has to attack this.
what's happened here, and
This on the
look
downside.
forward for the
681.
opportunity for a lot of people in this room, but also for America
It's not
and the
looking
country
to
itself.
Are you going to be involved
encroach
in
this too
going
much.
in? Because, you know, he's in North Dakota, and
When we're looking for a level
he's
to
in
break.
Oklahoma and
All
some
eyes
incredible
looking down.
places. It's a little bit
All
different.
eyes
but
looking down.
There's no doubt about you won't have to worry about the straw too much here. You can just go at it. Are you going to be one of the participants?
Well, certainly, you know, I'm an oil finder, like you said. Barry Spitzer, you know, told that story.
The coach.
And he's kind of exaggerating a little bit. It doesn't come out quite that easily usually, but anyway, great story. I love it. But
We want to keep a real close eye out
Barry's the one
anytime.
that told me this.
Yeah, he's a champion, you know, in a lot of ways. So love that story. Certainly, it excites
Time
me
matters.
as an explorationist. You know, everybody has that in their blood, and you know, it is a very exciting country and a lot of reserves. And so it's got its challenges, and the industry knows how to handle that. And like Darren said, you know, you go into your eyes open and do the best you can with the team you got. So
Well, you're going to
thank
have
you.
something that they never had really here is tremendous security. You're going to be very secure, very safe, physically safe in addition to financially safe. So it's good to see you, Harold. Thank you very much. Does anybody have anything to say before we get to the press?
What does Cuba have to do to avoid the same fate as Venezuela? What does Cuba have to
Well, Cuba's in bad shape.
I
Cuba
think I bought
relied on
800
Venezuela for oil
of
and
those
for money.
shares.
And nobody really knows what's going to happen with Cuba. They're doing very poorly. They're really third world all the way. And we have a lot of great
Invade 'em.
Cuban Americans.
We can't allow
And
them
I would
to
say
be
Marco
third
fits
world.
very solidly into that
We have to
category.
invade them.
I might
There is
ask you
no
to say
way
a
we
few
can allow
words
them to be
about it.
third
We were
world.
discussing it before. Cuba is a very different. They don't have energy. They don't have oil, but they would live off of
And they're
the
underdeveloped.
oil from
No,
Venezuela. And
we
they,
can't
what
allow
they do
this to
have is
go
very
on.
strong people.
This is a
And,
human
very powerful
rights
people,
issue.
militarily, and
We
they
have
would
to
protect
invade,
the people running
take over the
Venezuela,
resources,
and they would take in a lot of money from Venezuela.
put
Now they
those
don't
people
have
to
that. They
work
won't be
so we
taking in any
can
money. So,
make
Marco, what do
money
you think?
together,
I mean, the fundamental problem
and
in
we
Cuba
give
is
them
it's run by incompetent
we give
people
them
who don't know
their
what an economy
fair
looks like. It's a
portion
functioning one. They've made a choice, and that is they would
of
rather have political control over the people than they
everything.
would have an economy that functions.
And
they've gotten
one
away
day,
with it
if they
for
all
60-something
save
years
their
because they've
money,
had donors, the Soviet
they
Union, and now
can
most recently Venezuela,
buy
but
something
that's
nice.
now gone. So the people in control in Cuba have a choice to make.
That's
They can
how
either
America
have a
do
real
it, baby.
country with a real economy where the
America.
people can prosper, or they can continue with their failing
America.
dictatorship that's going to lead to systemic and societal
America.
collapse. So it's a very stark and dramatic choice, and it's one we hope to make the right one. We don't have an interest in a destabilized Cuba, but that would be their fault
America.
because they refuse to allow the people of Cuba to have either
Not
economic
to
or
stabilize. We
political freedom.
stabilizing them
And you have
through
you have a lot of people in this country that
stabling
wanna
what
go
they
back
got.
to Cuba and help Cuba. A lot
We
of
are
people
stabling
left, you know, they came in penniless.
what
they didn't have
we
anything, and they
putting
became
in
very rich
place
people in our country,
because
and
it's
they wanna
better
very much go back and
than
help
what
Cuba. So that's something that Cuba has
they
a lot of other
could
places don't have. Peter?
do and have been doing, because it's not the American way. Like, it's just not the American way. So we, as a people, we can't let a neighbor
If that's how it works with
go
dictators,
through something
the
like
United
that.
States knows what to do next.
Think about this. Think about your neighbor, okay?
Capture Vladimir Putin. Would
If
you
your
go
neighbor is
order
going
munitions
through
to go and
something,
capture Vladimir Putin?
Well,
why
I don't think
wouldn't
it's going
you
to be necessary. I think
go-
we're going to have a. I've always
go
had a
buy-
great relationship with them. I'm very disappointed. I said
Go buy their stuff.
I thought this would be in the middle of the pack,
Go,
or maybe
go,
one of the
go
easier
take their
ones.
stuff.
And
Take
I
their
don't know if you
stuff
know, Peter, the last,
and
month,
let them
they
know
lost
the
31,000
way
people,
that
many of
it
them
should be
Russian
done.
Soldiers, and the Russian economy is doing
All
poorly.
right, these
I think we're going
contracts
to end
are
up
moving. I
getting
knew
it
I should
settled.
have. Actually,
I wish we
I
could have
can't be
done it
mad.
quicker, because
Okay,
a
I
lot
wish
of
I
people
didn't
are
sell the
dying,
other
and
ones that I
mostly
had,
soldiers, you know,
and I
they get
rinsed
hit in
them.
Kiev, and they get hit a little bit here and there, and people are dying there too. But largely, it's the soldier population. When you have 30,000, 31,000 soldiers dying in a period of a month, 27,000 the month before, 26,000 the month before that, that's bad stuff. So, as you know, President Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine to fight, and
29.
we would never get that back, although I did make a rare earth deal to get it back, so we will be getting it back, but shouldn't have done that. It was a bad thing to do. I will say that
That's so
right now,
fast.
because I was able to get NATO to up GDP from 2% to 5%, NATO's got a lot of money, and they're paying for everything. We're not
this
losing any
level to
money.
break.
We're making a lot
If
of
these
money,
levels,
I guess,
if
if
this
you
level
think of it,
break,
because
these
we're selling
contracts are
them
going to go
military equipment.
crazy.
They're probably giving it to Ukraine.
And there's
but
a
we're
chance that
selling
we can
them to
unwind
NATO
all
military
that.
equipment. We're getting full price
We
and
can
all
take
of that.
all
but that's
that back.
not a big deal to me. What is a big deal is
And that's what
stopping
I've
a
been
war where
pricing out this whole
30,000 people are
time.
being killed every single month.
The vice
That's
president
exactly what I've been
yesterday
pricing out
suggested
this whole
that
time.
Renee Good, who was killed by this ICE officer, was part of a broad left-wing network. What has your team told you about this broad left-wing network? Who is in charge of it? Who's part of it? What's it called?
Well, I haven't seen the vice
Holy
president's statement,
shoot.
but he's generally very accurate. I hate to say it.
Wow.
Look,
I
I
sold
watched
those a little
that
bit too
yesterday,
early.
and there were a
That's
lot
crazy.
of different forms to it.
Can't be mad at
But there
profit.
was a woman screaming, "Shame, shame, shame,
Jeez,
shame."
dang.
She was a
I should have
agitator,
bought more of
probably a
those. I
paid
was just worried about the
agitator,
high
but in my
beta
opinion,
joints.
she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, "This isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker." Because you heard it and I had it. Now, I will say this. The news sort of turned her down, turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy and
That one's
just
sold
not
too.
normal. When somebody sees something like
All right,
that,
we
they
got a
don't
couple
go
left. We got a
screaming and
couple left.
screaming and the same
We
words.
have a couple
So,
left.
I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think
Okay,
she did a very good
awesome.
job.
And you
You
got
have
some of these,
agitators,
too.
and we will always
They
be
went up, they
protecting
got-
ICE,
I
and
should've
we're always going to
definitely
be protecting our
Oh
Border
yeah,
Patrol
yeah,
and our law
100% should have
enforcement.
bought those.
Yeah.
So you know what? Since they went up that much already, we should definitely
In your
probably buy these back.
conversations with these oil
And we're
executives
gonna
today,
hit
do
the other
you
because we
provide any
already up
security
200% on
guarantees so
those.
that they can
And with
do
those
their work
200%,
safely in
they can easily go up to
Venezuela?
600%.
And
You
separately,
know.
Mr.
So
President,
I'll
They will
take
have
that
those
2 to
guarantees,
4.
yes.
And separately, Mr.
I'll take that
President,
2 to
I'm
4.
curious in terms of the
Oh,
future
on
of
the extra
Venezuela.
ones
Do you
that I
see
have.
Venezuela
That's Gucci
now
right
led
there.
by Delcy
These joints I
Rodriguez
have right here. These are
as an
up
ally of the
144%
US?
right here.
Is
So,
that the
so
way that
these
you
are
view
money
that
right
country
here.
Well, right now they seem to be an ally, and I
Excuse
think
me.
it'll continue
These
to be
are
an
money.
ally. And we don't want to have Russia there. We don't want to have China there. And by the way,
What
we don't
time
want
is it?
Russia or
12:46.
China going to Greenland. Which, if we don't take Greenland, you're going to have Russia or China
could be a
as your
stop
next
raid
door
right
neighbor.
there.
That's not going to happen. The white.
Mr.
White
President,
top.
thank you. You just said that these companies would have security guarantees if they go in on the ground in Venezuela.
They will have.
And what is your plan there actually for these companies and those Americans who are going to be on the ground working for these companies?
Well, there are going to be Americans. I assume they're going to be using a lot of Americans, but they're going to be using a lot of people from Venezuela and other places, I would imagine. But I would think that mostly they'll be using Venezuelan workers. They have a lot of great workers. They have a very high unemployment rate, and they have workers that are very familiar with taking oil out of the ground. Yeah.
How long do you think the Ayatollah will be in power after what we've seen play out on the ground there? When is the U.S. going to get involved now that reports of protesters being killed on the ground?
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're
I
watching
top-ticked
the
some of those
situation
too.
very carefully. I've
Just
made
in
the
case
statement
something like
very
this
strongly that
happened.
if they
But you
start
know,
killing
and
people like
if we
that
got to
in
get
the
back
past,
in,
we will
then
get
we can
involved.
shop
We'll be
around.
hitting
We can
them
see
very
what's
hard
the
where it
next
hurts.
good
And
price
that doesn't mean
available
boots on the
contract.
ground, but
Until
it
then,
means hitting them very,
we're gonna
very
keep
hard
riding this
where it
wave.
hurts.
You know,
So,
we still have our low
we
betas.
don't
Our low
want that
betas
to
are getting
happen.
high,
There have been cases like
and our
this
high
where
betas are definitely,
President
you know,
Obama
doing what they're
totally
doing.
backed
So
down.
we don't want these
But
high
this is
betas to get away
something,
from us, though. That's
pretty
the only
incredible that's
thing.
happening in Iran. It's an amazing
Especially
thing
the
to
way
watch.
this market is
They've done a
trading.
bad
So,
job. They've treated their people
you know,
very
these
badly,
trades
and now
are
they're
not
being
really
paid back.
open for
So
too
let's see
long.
what
I'm
happens. We're
noticing. You
watching
see,
it.
just like this.
We're watching it very closely. Go ahead,
You
please.
see, worst case, you rent.
Yes, go ahead.
But I don't want to lose that value.
Do you have any comments in reaction to the
You know, that's how you
recent
turn a
attacks by
good
the Syrian
trade bad,
government
an
and
awesome
alignment
trade
groups
bad.
against US-backed Kurdish forces in Aleppo, Syria, which killed dozens of
All right, we
civilians
got
and
out of that.
displacing
All
many
right, I
families?
looked at it.
Does your administration bring peace
You
between the
took some of
Kurds and the
those.
Syrian government?
I want to see peace. Yes, I do. The Kurds and the Syrian government, we get along with both, as you know very well. they have been natural enemies over the years, but we get along both, and we want to see Syria succeed. And so far, I think they are succeeding.
these
But
low
this is just
betas.
breaking out, and we want to see that stopped.
These low betas are really good. These are
Go ahead,
really
please.
good contracts, actually.
Colombia, Gustavo Petro, in a few weeks. Do you hope
Look at the way they're
meeting with
moving. They're
Gustavo
really
Petro
good.
marks a new chapter, a new beginning in the benefit of the
Yes, you
U.S.
said
and
what
Colombia
country?
relations?
What country?
Colombia, with
These
the
are really
president
good.
of Colombia, Gustavo
Yes,
Petro, your
I had a
meeting.
very good talk with him yesterday.
He's like, what
And,
language is this guy
He's
talking?
been very hostile to us and to the nation and to me. Called me a dictator and lots of other things. Called Biden some terrible names, far worse than he called me. But he called yesterday through people, and he wants to meet, and that's fine with me. I've made up with people
These might
also,
be kind of good
so
right here.
we're gonna have a meeting with him.
Let's
We had a
pay
very good
attention to
conversation. The people of Colombia are incredible people. Marco would know that better than anybody because he's married to a woman from Colombia. And I don't mean Columbia University. That would be, I'm not sure. I think I like Columbia, the country, better, if you want to know the truth. The people are, hold it. The people are great people. I look forward to meeting with them. We're going to meet in the very near future.
President of Venezuela here in the White House. Would you greet her to discuss the fate of the oil?
Yeah, well, I'm going to meet a lot of people, and we're going to meet, we meet a lot of people. When you end 8 wars, you get to know a lot of people, and I think it's very important. As an example, we have over $18 trillion. Think of that, $18 trillion
like
coming
we're at
into
a
our
Cold
country.
War right
A lot
now.
of that's coming in from foreign countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and others. And I get
Maybe
to meet
that's
a
the
lot
word
of
they don't
people,
wanna say
but
in
I will be
India.
meeting with various representatives of Venezuela probably pretty soon. We haven't set that up. But the relationship that we have with the people that are currently running Venezuela is very good. We also have a young lady that received the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to come in and pay her regards to our country, really, to me. But, I'm a representative of the country, nothing else. And she's coming in sometime next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. And we'll see how that is. But no, we're dealing with the people from Venezuela. We're dealing with them very well. I think they've been very smart in the way they've dealt with us, frankly, because that whole place could have been obliterated with one more strike, and we didn't want to do that.
Venezuela and your meeting with Machado next week. If she gives you her Nobel Peace Prize, will that change your view about her running that country?
Well, I have to speak to her. I mean, I'm going to have to speak to her. She might be involved in some aspect of it. I will have to speak to her. I think it's very nice that she wants to come in, and
IPs.
that's what I understand the reason is, because
Trump
Norway
is special. He embodies all of it.
is very embarrassed by what took place. I mean, they're getting
Your
decimated. Look,
soul is
whether
mine.
People like Trump or don't like Trump. I settled 8 wars, big ones. Some going on for 36 years, 32 years, 31 years, 28 years, 25 years.
Now
Some just
bid
getting ready
your
to start, like India and Pakistan,
thy
where
will.
already 8 jets were shot out of the air. And I got it done in rapid order without nuclear weapons. I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me, and I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. Obama got the Nobel Prize. He had no idea why. He still has no idea. He walks around, he says, I got the Nobel Prize. Why did he get a Nobel Prize? He got it almost immediately upon attaining office, and he didn't do anything, and he was a bad president. So,
Where is my
I mean, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. These were major wars. These were wars that nobody thought
It's
could
crazy.
be stopped. President Putin called me, and he said about 2 of the wars that he's been trying to stop them
Man,
for
that's
10
just
years. He
good.
wasn't
I
able
haven't
to do it. He
stood up
couldn't
in a
believe
while.
it.
Oh,
So
I
in
can
theory, you should
feel
get
it
the Nobel
everywhere.
Prize for every
Oh,
war you
that
stopped.
felt
Every
good.
one of them was major.
Woo!
But,
Let's buy some more contracts. They
I
went
don't
up
care
so
about
much.
that. What I care about
Let's
is saving
go.
lives. I've
Sheesh.
saved tens of millions of
That was an
lives.
expensive
You know, the Prime
stretch.
Minister
I
of
should have
Pakistan came here, and he made a
bought
very
more.
public statement. He said that President Trump saved minimum 10 million lives having to do with Pakistan and India, and that was going to be raging. So, you know, but I'm honored that she's coming here. I look forward to meeting her, yes. Go ahead.
The state officials there have said that the FBI is not sharing evidence with them. Typically, they would conduct a joint investigation, as you know. Do you believe that the FBI should be sharing evidence with state officials in Minnesota?
Well, normally I would, but they're crooked officials. I mean, Minneapolis and Minnesota, what a beautiful place, but it's being destroyed. It's got an incompetent governor, fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. And it looks like the number could be $19 billion stolen from a lot of people, but largely people from Somalia. They buy their vote. They vote in a group. They buy their vote. They sell more Mercedes-Benzes in that area than almost. Can you imagine? You come over with no money, and then shortly thereafter you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. The whole thing is ridiculous. So they're very corrupt people. It's a very corrupt state. I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won it since Richard Nixon won it many, many years ago. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion. And it's a corrupt state, a corrupt voting state. And the Republicans ought to get smart and demand on voter ID. They ought to demand maybe same-day voting and all of the other things that you have to safe election. But I won Minnesota 3 times, and I didn't get credit for it. I did so well in that state every time. The people were crying every time after. That's a crooked state. California is a crooked state. Many crooked states. We have a very, very dishonest voting system. The last time I won, 24, the one that just took place, I won because it was too big to rig. You couldn't rig it. It was too big. But I won the state of Minnesota. It's a corrupt voting system with an incompetent governor, a very incompetent governor. And by the way, he's a very corrupt governor, too. Go ahead.
I have a question on Iran, but first, very quickly on Venezuela. How do you provide total security guarantees to these companies without putting U.S. boots on the ground?
Well, we're going to work with the Venezuelan leaders and people, and we're going to have a very safe group, and they're going to also bring over some security with them. You know, these are not babies. These are people that drill oil in some pretty rough places. I could say a couple of those places make Venezuela look like a picnic. These people around the table, these are tough people. They go into areas that you wouldn't want to go. They go into areas that if they invited me, I'd say, no thanks, I'll see you back in Palm Beach. No, this is a tough group of people. They know how to do it. But we are, in addition to that, we'll have very good security for them. We're going to make sure that it's very, very good security. And I think the people of Venezuela are going to give you very good security. You know, the people... Now, I'm not talking even leadership. The people of Venezuela are going wild over this. They named a street after President Trump. What do? You attack a country and they name a street? That's never happened before, although I heard that's also taking place in Iran. They named a street. The protesters. I just hope, just God bless them. I just hope the protesters in Iran are going to be safe, because that's a very dangerous place right now. And again, I tell the Iranian leaders, you better not start shooting, because we'll start shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have 2 questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then, if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini, the message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Oh, Iran, yeah.
What
the
do
first
I want
one is on
Iran
Europe.
to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question
So
is
what
on
are you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, as led by me. There's no fear of Europe. You know, Europe's fallen behind. And Europe, and J.D. said it very strongly, I don't know, he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe, essentially. My roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing. And by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much, but they don't have windmills. They make them and sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States before. They are the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years they're rotted out anyway. Go take a look at Palm Springs, California, and take a look at what that looks like. It looks like a junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my people, we will not approve windmills. Maybe we get forced to do something because some stupid person in the Biden administration agreed to do something years ago. We will not approve any windmills in this country.
On Venezuela, is it ultimately more important to you to establish stability there or democracy there?
Well, you're
great
talking
question.
about maybe the same
That's a
thing.
great
I mean, you're
question.
talking about stability or democracy. I don't know. To me, it's almost the same thing. We want stability, but we do want democracy. Ultimately, it'll be democracy. Peter?
I do have a policy question, President Trump, but I'm having a hard time seeing here. I see the American flag lapel pin. What is the other lapel pin on your
Somebody
jacket?
gave me this. You know what that is? That's called a happy Trump. And considering the fact that I'm never happy, I'm never satisfied, I will never be satisfied until we make America great again, but we're getting pretty close, I'll tell you what. This is called a happy Trump. Somebody gave it to me. I put it on.
Thank you. And the policy question. How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it
Lord
the
of
hard way.
Lords, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm a man, and by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also.
Wait, what?
But
Wait.
we need that because
Just because
if
they
you take
discovered
a
it
look
first
outside of
doesn't mean
Greenland
they own
right
it? Wait,
now,
what?
there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something
Russia
with Greenland, either the nice
or
way
China.
or the more difficult way.
He says it with such inflection, like it's a derogatory
Please, go ahead,
word.
ma'am.
China!
Why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect the security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama, with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership, you don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia will. It's not going to happen. We are not going to have, and I like China, I like Russia, I love the people of China, I love the people of Russia. I get along very well with President Putin, but I'm very disappointed in him. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to go over to China in April, but I don't want them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not going to happen. And by the way, and NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. but we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't. Go ahead.
Mr. President, one, can you respond to that? And two,
Yeah, it was an amazing report. The most amazing thing is government jobs are way down, and yet the unemployment or the employment numbers are very good. We've gotten rid of tremendous numbers of federal government jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And yet the employment numbers are very good. They're really getting better. But now we have all those people to work in the private sector for a lot more money. I think that's one of the very big things. The other thing is at 5.4%. And remember, this is after we had a shutdown. And that shutdown had an impact because the concept of the shutdown, even though it's before, people knew we were going to be shutting down. A lot of bad things happened. And by the way, on January 30th, you may have another shutdown. We'll see what happens. But I think the numbers, Caitlin, were really amazing. Look, to think about 5.4%, nobody thought that. They thought it was going to be 2%. And you know what it is? It's tariffs. And it's also November 5th. We had a great election, a great, great election. Our country was dead 1.5 years ago, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I hope you guys were impressed. 5.4%, and we haven't even really transitioned yet. There's no reason it can't be much, much higher than that. Yeah.
first off, can you respond to the manufacturing
Let's
number?
give CNN a chance. You know, they've been fighting so hard to get back into the mainstream.
Mr. President, you posted some numbers actually on Truth Social last night. People saying you posted the job data early when you're not supposed to obviously share it till the next morning. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I don't know. If they posted them, I said post them whenever you get a chance. I don't know. They gave me some numbers. When people give me things, I post them. But the numbers are amazing. Yeah, please.
Does the administration plan to distribute the money from the Venezuela oil sales? Obviously, you say it's going to go into these controlled accounts.
Yeah.
Would it go back to Venezuela in a
Yeah.
direct payment? Is it going through these goods? How do you plan to do that?
Well,
And
we
then I have
want
a
to make
second
sure
question.
that Venezuela can survive. You know, Venezuela needs money, and we're going to make sure that they get money. And we're going to get money, and the oil companies are going to make something for the work they do, and they're going to get back their money. We're devising a formula, but it won't be so much of a formula. It's going to be what they need. We're going to take care of what they need. There'll be plenty left over. We're going to have a lot of money left over. And the money left over is going to the United States of America, and the oil companies are going to be very happy. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr.
My second question is, would the administration offer a backstop to these oil companies for like financial guarantees, some sort of backstop, if the country did destabilize again?
That's a very interesting question. Using the word backstop, I haven't heard that word in a long time. That was at the Wharton School of Finance I last heard. That's a good term. We ought to use it more often. I hope I don't have to.
All right, that's over. That's over, actually. All right, let's get this out my ear. Let me get that out my ear. You can tune in. Oh no. Oh, I forgot. Robin Hood had something going on today. Crap. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this on too. I got a piece of that. I'm back. Oh, much better. Much better. Oh, much better. It's a whole new freaking. Ooh, that feels good. All right. Come on, market. Do something. Someone get a stick. Poke it. Poke it. Positive. 28 to 43. 28 to 43. They went 200% already. That's the big guy right there. Just gonna realize that. Wow, this thing doubled already. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Oh my God. What a buy. What a buy. Wow. Incredible. These moves are absolutely amazing. All right, where are we gonna go end of day? That's the question. What is going on? Look at this whipsaw. Robin Hood is crooks. Robin Hood is absolute crooks. We don't want those. Let's take a look at no, it's two right here. These bottom tick at 7. That's too much. That's 4 times. That's 400. Ah. Oh, I thought I muted. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I thought I muted. My gosh, Pepper. All right, we don't want those. All right, this is a top. This is a top in this channel. What time is it? 1:30. I think we want to focus on puts. I think we want to short every top. I think from here on out, we're going to short every top. All right, this is lower highs. All right, that's lower, that's swung low. This is the top of the channel right here. High of day is 83.23. 83.23, so roughly $1 off. They're squeezing. All right, it looks like they're squeezing. All right, let's see if we can get in position. We're just going to try and squeeze in position. It's 1:30. Is this a wall? Is this a wall? We got to try and figure this out so we can make the right plays. Hmm. We'll have to start getting ahead of it. You can keep that, keep that. Mm. The market is definitely bearish. Let's look at this. They went from 4 to 16, so they tripled up big time. That's 4 times right there. That's crazy. Yes. Where we at? End of day flush. If we came up this high, there's a good chance we can do an end of day flush. But we can do anything. We just got to be able to pivot and put ourselves in a pivoting position. 123. We got a big rejection. Bought it open. Oh, that's cool. Three. Let me have it, man. 14. $120. It's been pumping since 120. And that was a nice price. That was a really nice penny. Crazy. Wow. Wow. Yo, Robinhood is so, oh my God. I was supposed to buy these in their 20s. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God. Robinhood. Why? This is crazy. This is so not cool, man. This is so not cool. You can't trade it. You can't trade this. You can't trade this when they do shit like this. You can't trade like this. You see, there. Why am I lagging like this? Like I can't get to my windows fast enough because there's just so much. There's so much lag. like that. I actually do like that. I actually do like this. I do. And with these, we can, because it's crazy. It's crazy how they just started growing. Oh my God. It was just crazy. And that's how you find incredible. Incredible. So that was high. That was high of day. What time is it? 1:46. All right, so we just have to learn how to get fast over here to let's open this up some more. All right, so we're definitely looking up. There's a good chance they can like this up higher. We can. Wow, they got me really. I'm really pissed because how's that my app is slowing down during these big moments. I'll be back. I got to pee so freaking bad because I'm so pissed. So so when it comes to my trading today, my trading is on. My trading is spot on. I've done really well with my trades. It's just that there's times when things are, spiking and everything, then all of a sudden my whole app slows down. I found out how to find, 600 percenters all day, 200 percenters, and you don't need a lot of money for that. When something go up 600%, you don't need a lot of money, so when you catch it, it's like you way into it, that thing start moving, boy. That's how you find $7 into $70, $4 into $30, $5 into $30. It's there's ways of doing it. I was about to say, how did that contract not sell? It top ticked that freaking number. I was man, I was about to get so pissed. I was about to get so pissed. Like, are you kidding me? Now you really playing with my fucking money right now, man. Like, this is crazy. Like, I know what I'm doing. I could have been the top tick right there. I should have put more up. Yeah, I was gonna be so mad if the thing didn't sell, man. Especially when that number flashed. All right, so we really got to get ahead of the curve. So we really got to slow it down, like a lot, like a lot, a lot. That's theta. That's nasty theta. The fuck, man. Right, 201. There's gonna be a lot of. That's crazy. All right, this 3 o'clock, 3:15 is gonna be crazy. Man, what a whipsaw today. Crazy whipsaw. Is it my internet? Like, what is it that could be making my thing just making my whole HUD so slow? Whole HUD slow. That's a crazy low. Crazy low. It broke out of the channel. We go all the way down. We come up. That was crazy. Come down. This is a fib. That's a fib. Bang. Breakout. And this is the high of the day. 684. Alright, so that took all that over, dominated everything to the left side of it. That's high beta. So you gotta get something from that batch in order for you to feel anything on the movement. That's crazy. The app crashes. The app crashes. Just so many things just keeps happening. It's just incredible. so trash. How are they allowed to do this? This is just crazy. I wish Weeble had their fucking shit together, man. That seems like a really good level. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. We already said what we're going to do. We're going to just stick with that. Oh, Robin Hood. This is dirty, man. What time are those? We got Fed minutes tomorrow, 2 p.m. Like 2 p.m. I'll be back. All right, we back. Let me see. Am I on? Am I live? I'm live. Are you live? I'm live. Are you live? They are hoeing us. They are hoeing us on these contracts like a mofo, bro. Crazy work. about to say, where is it? It disappeared. Right now we gotta wait. That's crazy. Netflix in the 70s is kind of wild. All right. Let's watch this. All right, let's listen to this.
Down to a rate of 2.0%. That's their target rate. So listen, I understand that there's headline inflation, there's core inflation, CPI, PC, trust me, so I know this. But the Federal Reserve still cites CPI headline inflation, and I've shown multiple clips of that even at the FOMC press conferences. And the narrative is that inflation is cooling and it's getting close down to their 2.0% targets. So what does that mean? That means that inflation is now low enough for the Federal Reserve to start cutting interest rates again. But you have to remember that the Federal Reserve was cutting interest rates to save the labor markets from deteriorating, right? The most recent jobs report for the month of January showed a strong labor markets, 130,000 jobs added, smashing away expectations. And the rate of unemployment fell from 4.6% in November to 4.4% in December. And now it's at 4.3% in January. So the labor market is solid. 130,000 jobs added, falling unemployment. There is no need to cut interest rates because the labor market does not need any rescuing, right? However, President Trump and the Federal Reserve, of course, they're going to want to cut interest rates. But now the narrative is going to shift from focusing on the labor markets to, oh, inflation is so low, now we can afford to cut interest rates. Now, I want to show you the odds of an interest rate cut, and this is coming from the CME Fed Watch tool. The next Federal Reserve meeting is going to be on March 18th, which is about a month away. There's a 90.2% chance that the Federal Reserve does not cut interest rates at that meeting. And honestly, I agree with that, especially with Jerome Powell as the chair of the Federal Reserve. So he's not going to want to cut interest rates just to appease President Trump. And then the following meeting is going to be on April 29th, which is a little bit more than 2 months away. And then at that meeting, there's a 71.5% chance that they will not lower interest rates by then. So that's actually going to be the last FOMC meeting that's going to be with Jay Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve. And then President Trump's most likely new Fed chair nominee, Kevin Warsh, is going to come into power in the middle of May. And then the next Federal Reserve meeting is going to be on June 17th. And I want to show you the odds of an interest rate cut by that June 17th meeting. There's a 32% chance that they will not cut interest rates by that meeting. That means that there's a 68% chance by that meeting that they will cut interest rates. Okay, so in a matter of a month and a half, why do the odds flip by so much? So I'm talking about a 71.5% chance that they don't cut, and then a month and a half later, a 68% chance that they do cut. I would say, of course, it's because the market believes that Kevin Warsh, as the new Fed chair, will do President Trump's bidding and cut interest rates. This means that the market believes that the Federal Reserve is no longer independent of the US government, not even for optics. And I would say it's obvious. President Trump's not going to pick a nominee that's not going to cut interest rates. Otherwise, he wouldn't pick him. And it's pretty straightforward. Like, you wouldn't hire someone that's not going to listen to you when there are other candidates that will. Okay, now I just want to clarify this. When the Federal Reserve prints money, that helps stocks and that helps precious metals as well. And when the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates, that helps stocks and that helps precious metals as well also. But I just want to say that this is not going to be the case for all stocks, especially in tech. So I'm just saying this because I don't want to give you a false sense of security from upcoming interest rates if you're picking individual stocks, especially in tech or software. And it's very important for me to address this because I'm getting a lot of questions about tech and AI. And I've said this before, I believe that in my opinion, that AI is disruptive and it is the future. To me, I see it as a new era. And in this revolution, you have to ask yourself this very important question. Which companies are going to become obsolete by AI? And which companies are going to stand to benefit? And I want to cover an example, and we'll use Duolingo. And this is not sponsored by Duolingo because I'm actually going to be talking bad about them. So Duolingo, if you didn't know, it's a language learning platform. It's a mobile app. It's a website, and they are suffering. Just take a look at their one-year chart. And I'm going to share my perspective, and I think it's important because, like, I am a person that's fluent in Spanish, and I learned it as an adult, which is, you know, I would have been a good customer, a perfect customer for Duolingo, right? Someone that wants to learn a different language. But I'm looking at this like, why would I pay $12 a month for Duolingo when I could just use ChatGPT or any other AI platform, and it would give me vocab words on a daily basis. It would correct my grammar. It would tell me the correct pronunciation of words. And it would go even more in depth, such as, like, tell me this phrase in Colombian Spanish, like make it sound more nea. Or tell me essential and common swear words in Mexican Spanish. Like, create a daily lesson plan for me. You know, I could get this done for free with AI. It would be cheaper and it would be better than Duolingo. So Duolingo has no moat. So all I'm saying, like, the bottom line is that interest rate cuts may not be enough to offset the impact of AI in this particular case. And listen, I know there's a free version of Duolingo, but I don't want to see ads. And then you have a company like Amazon. They are down 12% over the past 1 year. Of course, this is nothing as bad as compared to Duolingo, right? And the market is still trying to figure out the impact of how's AI going to impact many of these stocks. And in Amazon's case, like in this example, they're already using AI to make their operations more efficient. And they also have a moat. Like what? Okay, like practically speaking, what, is AI going to magically deliver products? Is AI software going to magically create physical warehouses? Like, of course not. And even if a competitor uses AI to build a better shopping interface, well, they're still going to need trucks, airplanes, warehouses, inventory networks. Amazon basically has logistical and physical infrastructure moats. So listen, I just want to be absolutely clear with you. Interest rate cuts will be a tailwind for stocks, but in certain industries, I don't know if that's going to be enough to offset specific challenges or disruption in a certain industry, especially in tech. Now, in my opinion, gold is a more clear-cut story. Gold is already getting a tailwind from de-dollarization. This is from other countries preferring gold as a reserve asset. And interest rate cuts will be another tailwind for gold. So I want to give you a clear-cut example. Let's just say that interest rates shoot up to, let's just say 7%, okay? In that case, inflation would be suppressed, and then you literally get to stick your money in a savings account, and then you would earn 7%. So then that's a situation of low inflation, you get a high yield, and then you wouldn't need a safe haven like gold, and then they would sell off. But if they cut interest rates to, let's just say 2%, then what's going to happen? The rate of inflation is going to rise, you stick your money in the bank, and then you're going to get a measly 2% return. So you're going to have high inflation, you're going to have a low yield, and then you would be more incentivized to invest in gold. So gold is facing a situation where it's getting tailwinds from de-dollarization, it's getting a tailwind from money printing, and then soon a tailwind from lower interest rates. But anyways, that's the narrative. We have a strong labor markets, we have low inflation, and that's setting us up for President Trump's new Fed chair to cut interest rates, just hit the ground running. If you want to see what I'm doing with my investments, please check out my Patreon site. I'm going to leave a link for you down below. Thank you so much, and I wish you very...
He's cool. Yo, he was on top of that gold trade. He killed the gold trade. He absolutely killed that gold trade. It was so sick. I'm looking for something else right now. Let me shut this sound off. News channel. Sound. Okay, got that. All right, it's gonna be a very interesting end of day. I want to listen to this.
Immigration raids, to the killings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, to the massive protests in the streets. And to be clear, for all this administration's talk of paid agitators, the protests there came from justifiably furious locals like this almost absurdly Midwestern man.
You know what really pisses me off is the fact that they detain people, cuff them, and then still beat the shit out of them. They tell you it's immigrants, only immigrants. It's fucking anybody. I have friends that got detained and all they were doing was fucking driving home from work. What the fuck?
Sounds like you don't fit the definition of the,
No, and I'm not fucking paid to be here like everybody fucking says. What the fuck is that? I gotta work in the goddamn morning, just like everybody else. I'm just here trying to stand up for community, dude. We're all human beings here. I don't give a shit who you are, where you came from, what color you are. It doesn't fucking matter. This is wrong.
Yeah, and you know you are acting like a bunch of dicks when you're provoking that level of response in Minnesota. A state whose whole thing is being Minnesota nice. They put it on merch. Other states States couldn't pull that off, especially because Florida Nice sounds like a brand of pills you buy from the gas station that makes your heart explode. And I will say, this does seem like a turning point for this administration on immigration. Polls show the majority of Americans do not approve of what's been happening, and nor should they. Because for all Trump's talk of targeting the worst of the worst, that rings pretty hollow when you see agents doing things like dragging a US citizen out of his house in his underwear through the snow and taking a 5-year-old into custody. It is frankly no wonder anti-ICE sentiment has spread to places that you might not even expect, from Pop-Tarts the Cat, who posted a video with "fuck ICE" on it, to the subreddit Massive Cock, where users captions dick pics with things like "how hard I get when I think about abolishing ICE," to an AEW match in Vegas earlier this month where this happened.
Now the face in the eyes of the champion.
Excellent. Well done to everyone involved there, from the crowd getting their point across in the perfect way to MJF going full Jim from the Office into the camera. The point is, to the extent they ever had it, ICE and Border Patrol have clearly lost the public's trust. And it frankly hasn't helped to see grotesque clips like this one at Mar-a-Lago on New Year's Eve of Kristi Noem dancing with Stephen Miller. Look, there is so much weird stuff going on in that clip that you probably didn't even notice the Ninja Turtle dancing with Vanilla Ice on stage there. Here is a better angle of Michelangelo being photographed at the exact moment he seems to realise just how many people in that room were mentioned in the Epstein files. Now, I should say, there have been some promising developments this week. Democratic leaders seem to have finally read the public's anger and are currently holding up funds for DHS as a whole as they push for new restrictions on immigration agents. And on Thursday, this happened.
Tonight, Borders Czar Tom Homan says the massive immigration operation that's been going on for months in Minnesota, Operation Metro Surge, is coming to an end.
We've had great success with this operation, and we're leaving Minnesota safer. There were some issues here, and we addressed those issues. But I'm not going to sit here and say anybody did anything wrong.
Really? Well, first and least importantly, you are standing. Like, you're not going to sit there and say anything because you're a standing man. But I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people did a lot of things wrong, not least your tailor, because that suit looks like you bought it off the rack at fancy press conference clothes for uncharismatic business shreks. And look, I am glad for any drawdown that takes place in Minnesota, if it indeed happens. But even if every agent leaves town, much larger problems are going to remain both there and on the national level, because we are going to continue to see this administration obsessively pursue Stephen Miller's stated goal of racking up 3,000 arrests a day. So given that, we thought for our first show of the year, it might be worth pulling back a bit and talking not just about Minneapolis or even just ICE, but about the massive agency it's a part of, the Department of Homeland Security. Because as you're about to see, a discussion about it, its funding, and the sweeping powers that we've given it is long overdue. So tonight, let's look at DHS, and let's start with its origins, because while you might assume DHS is a long-standing part of American government, it's just 23 years old. It was founded as a response to 9/11, and if you are too young to remember 9/11, and I will pause long enough for the rest of us to experience the psychic gut punch of that sentence. Very basically, in the immediate aftermath of the most devastating terrorist attack in its history, America started screaming and didn't really stop for a decade. And while thankfully, the Riyadh Comedy Festival has since healed the world through comedy, and we don't need to be worried about who or what was actually responsible for 9/11. At the time, a major concern was that prior to the attacks, there'd been a lack of communication and information sharing between federal agencies. So, the Bush administration agreed to combine a bunch of them under a single banner to improve coordination. But even back then, some felt that that was a bad idea, to the point that it was openly discussed in news coverage.
What do Secret Service agents have in common with animal disease researchers? Nothing, except that in 3 months, both will be working for the new Homeland Security Department. An organizational chart that could give a management expert nightmares. 22 agencies, 170,000 workers, the third largest department in the government.
Okay, first, it is a little weird to introduce a government agency like it's a new sitcom. What happens when an uptight TSA agent and a laid-back FEMA official have to move in together? Find out in Homeland Security, Thursdays on TBS. But the larger point there, that this thing had been hastily cobbled together, very much holds, because all of a sudden, DHS contained everything from the Secret Service to the Coast Guard to FEMA and TSA. But for everything that went in, some key counter-terrorism agencies were left out because DHS had to operate without the investigative, intelligence and military powers of the FBI, CIA and the Pentagon. But don't worry, because remember, they had those pig researchers, so they were pretty much set. Now, as a result, DHS tried to justify its existence in a number of different ways, including by explicitly linking immigration enforcement with countering terrorism. In fact, it was during the creation of DHS that parts of the Immigration and Naturalization Service and US Customs Service were combined to form Customs and Border Protection and ICE, the two agencies that we know and are being terrorised by today. But oversight of all of this was a total nightmare, as the members of Congress that oversaw all of those agencies didn't want to give up control. So DHS found itself answering to around 100 committees and subcommittees, which, as the chair of the 9/11 Commission explained, caused chaos.
Think of having 100 bosses. Think of reporting up this way and that way, trying to do your job, and yet you're reporting to 100 people. It's crazy because it makes no sense. And you could not do your job under those circumstances. It's called bureaucracy.
Yeah, that does make sense. Having an endless cavalcade of rapidly changing bosses would clearly be a distraction, though I've got to say, you do eventually get used to it. I don't even know which of these companies is going to be my new business daddy yet. It's like a Mamma Mia situation, except less fun and way less sexy. But incidentally, if it is indeed Netflix, sorry for all the times I called your catalogue a who's who of the fuck is this. Loved the ending of Stranger Things, by the way, very brown. And good luck with Detective Hole. It sounds great. Now, complaints about the unwieldy nature of DHS persisted over the years, and yet despite that, money kept flowing into it, even as it became known for things like its mass surveillance programs, particularly of American Muslims, and its widely mocked color-coded terrorism threat charts, which never dropped below yellow. It also became notorious for its willingness to distribute billions of dollars to state and local authorities. In fact, on the 10-year anniversary of 9/11, one California news station compiled just some of what that money had been wasted on.
Marin County received more than $100,000 in surveillance equipment to protect its water treatment system from terrorist attack. 4 years after the money was handed out, state authorities found $67,000 worth of gear still in boxes. It had never been used. Several counties and cities bought Segway scooters for their bomb squads. Each one cost $4,700.
Okay, first, I'm not sure anything says we have too much money more than buying a fucking Segway. And second, that is just an unfathomably dorky look. It doesn't scream brave bomb diffuser as much as it does beekeeper mall cop. And with expenditures like that, it's no wonder that a 2015 report from a Republican senator found that despite spending over $500 billion, DHS was not successfully executing any of its 5 main missions, and its primary counter-terrorism programs were yielding little value. But because no one in power back then wanted to break apart something that had Homeland Security in its name, DHS remained the largest federal law enforcement agency with massive funding, sweeping surveillance authority, and worryingly unclear checks on its own power. It was essentially a loaded weapon sitting on a president's desk in the Oval Office, only held back by their personal sense of temperance and restraint. All of which brings us back to this fucking guy. Because in his first term, Trump and this sleep paralysis demon used DHS to push everything from its Muslim ban to family separation to his efforts to end DACA. But from the very start of Trump's second term, it was clear they had much bigger plans for DHS, starting with the fact Trump put one of his biggest allies, Kristi Noem, in charge of it. And even news stories about her announcement at the time contained some pretty clear hints that she was a bad choice.
Tonight, President-elect Donald Trump expected to name one of his staunchest campaign supporters. Are you ready? South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem to lead the massive Department of Homeland Security. Trump once considered Noem as a potential running mate, but her star dimmed after writing in her memoir that she had shot and killed the family dog.
Yeah, not great. And even Trump, who has been endowed by Satan with an ability to survive any bad press whatsoever, somehow knew that picking a VP who bragged about speed-running Old Yeller is a bad move. No one wants to share a ticket with John Wilkes Wolf here. In fact, Trump was so turned off by Noam's dog news, he apparently said to Don Jr. afterwards, "That's not good at all. Even you wouldn't kill a dog, and you kill everything." Just another brief window into a family dynamic that a skilled therapist would describe as cha-ching. And crucially, Noam didn't bring a lot of non-dog murdering experience to the job. She'd never worked in DHS or indeed law enforcement, but in a foreshadowing of things to come, as governor of South Dakota, she was a relentless self-promoter. In ads for her state, she appeared in various job-themed costumes, including a dentist, a nurse, an electrician, a plumber, a welder, and a construction worker, selling each role with incredible charisma.
South Dakota has the blueprint for success. Recently, we led the nation in new home building, but we're still growing so fast. We need to hire more builders to keep up. So I'm pitching in.
Look, I know her performance is pretty flat there, but in her defense, who's going to tell her that she can't act? Not anyone who likes their dog, that's for sure. Also, I'm in a bit of a tough spot here because I refuse to comment on a woman's looks, but one of my female writers has insisted that I read something that she's written, and I also refuse to silence women's voices, so given that... A ponytail, for practical working purposes, is intended to keep hair off the base of the neck and/or out of the eyes. If you leave the front part of your hair out and keep the bottom part of your hair down loosely around your shoulders, it's not a working ponytail, it's a hairdo. And John, please do make sure that you put that second hair in air quotes, because there is just no way that Clydesdale tail is the real hair of that dog killer with a bad filler. Her words, not mine. Her words.
That's funny.
Believe women.
We got more fresh going
And the thing is, Noam immediately brought to DHS that same unrelenting focus on PR, from shooting a video in the Salvadoran Secot prison while wearing a $50,000 Rolex, to cosplaying as a law enforcement agent, from wearing a bulletproof vest on the streets of New York, to putting on Coast Guard fatigues, to dressing up like a Border Patrol agent on Fox News. And if it seems like she's got cameras with her wherever she goes, it's because she basically does. Here she is with a camera crew on the roof of an immigration detention facility outside of Chicago. And fun fact, these two men, Carl Frankovich and Juan Munoz, were protesting outside that day only to be arrested. And to hear them tell it, that seemed to have less to do with their actions and much more to do with the presence of Noam and her social media crew.
An agent grabbed me, threw me down. I was then zip-tied and detained.
I was pulled to the ground and ordered arrested. I felt very much like we were just being used for this political theater.
Kristi Noem was able to walk past us, surrounded by photographers, videographers, essentially just getting us in the background as she walked by.
Then look what happened. Homeland Security sent out these social media posts showing Kyle in handcuffs. This one said, "We will not allow violent activists to lay hands on our law enforcement." And they also posted this government promotional video. And there's Kyle again. He and Munoz were never charged with any crime.
That's true. Despite being labelled violent activists, they were never charged with anything. So it seems they were arrested just for a photo op for Kristi Noem, which is, if I may quote her own dog's dying words, rough. But it goes way beyond optics. Noem is being put in charge of DHS at a moment when it's experiencing an unprecedented funding surge. Trump's big, beautiful bill last summer essentially doubled DHS's funding over the next 4 years. And it's worth looking at where all of that money is, and equally importantly, isn't going. Because DHS's resources are now being pointed at immigration more heavily than ever before, to the point that it's being called a veritable Department of Deportation. ICE alone was handed an extra $75 billion to spend over Trump's term, tripling its annual budget, and leading to this startling fact.
Overnight, it became the highest funded federal law enforcement agency in US history. If ICE was a military, it would be the 17th richest in the world, worth about the same as Canada's entire armed forces.
It's true, and whatever the appropriate budget for ICE is, and they're making a pretty compelling argument for it being zero right now, one thing it should definitely not be is the same as the entire Canadian military. Though, to be fair, that's not a perfect one-to-one, as I'm pretty sure the Canadian military doesn't totally eat shit on slightly slippery sidewalks. Now, a lot of that money is earmarked for immigration detention facilities, the conditions at which we have talked about before on this show, and which are unlikely to get better given ominous headlines like ICE begins buying mega warehouse detention centres across the US. But a lot is also going to hiring thousands of new ICE agents, with DHS planning to spend $100 million over a one-year period just on advertising. It's part of what is called a wartime recruitment strategy, and those ads are everywhere.
Slickly produced social media videos.
Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst.
Televised ads targeting local police, and a celebrity endorsement. These are all part of a major multi-million-dollar recruitment campaign launched by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. It shared images using wartime imagery like Uncle Sam and slang like in this post with the caption, quote, "Want to deport illegals with your absolute boys?"
That's going to be on social media. It's going to be through streamers, so YouTube and other places where user-generated content is, but also large-scale broadcast and streaming platforms like Hulu, HBO Max, Amazon Prime, all of this sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't love hearing my employer's name on that list. Though I guess at least I do get a reminder of what the company's name is this year. It's also slightly satisfying to know that one place those ads have been running is in front of AEW Wrestling, meaning that ICE is having to pay money to appear alongside this. It's still very good. Now, DHS claims those ads are working. They say they've hired 12,000 new ICE agents and officers since last summer, and while there are good reasons to believe those figures are inflated, we're still going to have a lot more ICE agents on our streets this year, and that should be a real concern. Especially because to hire so many officers so quickly, they've had to significantly lower their standards for new recruits, doing things like waiving age requirements, condensing the training period, and ending requirements like taking 5 weeks of Spanish language training, which is a bad idea for many reasons, including those agents now won't get to understand even a little bit of Bad Bunny's music, which is sad for them. They're missing out on a lot of joy, plenty of political commentary, and a metric ton of blowjob descriptions. There is a lot in... It's a rich text. And the thing is, even with those lower standards, one report found that more than a third of new ICE recruits had failed a physical fitness test that required 15 push-ups, 32 sit-ups, and running 1.5 miles in 14 minutes, which, and I do not say this lightly, is a test even I could pass. Also, and more upsettingly, nearly half were later sent home because they couldn't pass the written exam, which covers things like when officers can and can't conduct searches and seizures. And it gets even worse when you learn that during that test, they were allowed to consult their textbook and notes. Yeah, half of them failed an open book test. And as we all know, that is the easiest kind of test, even easier than urine. That one is actually harder than you think. Midstream is a delicate dance. And as the former acting director of ICE points out, this is all a very bad sign.
Yeah, I mean, some of these moves, frankly, have resulted in some embarrassing candidates. ICE agents have tremendous authority when they're out there on the streets. We have to know that these people, A, have that integrity, are going to, when no one's looking, are they going to do things the right way? And secondly, are they getting into this for the right reason? Obviously, there's a tremendous concern as well that the administration is going after individuals who harbor some animus towards immigrants.
Right, because it doesn't seem unfair to assume that some might have applied for that job less out of a sense of public duty and more because they, oh, I don't know, want to deport illegals with their absolute boys. And that concern has been compounded by a disturbing pattern of what sure seems like white nationalist dog whistles in these recruiting ads. Like this post reading, "Which Way American Man," evoking a meme associated with this anti-Semitic book popular among neo-Nazis. And this one using the phrase, "We'll have our home again," the title of a song released by a white nationalist band popular with far-right groups like the Proud Boys. And if that connection seems at all like a stretch to you, you should know the Proud Boys themselves don't seem to think so.
On the messaging app Telegram, one chapter reposted that ad next to a picture of a literal dog whistle, adding the line, "Message received."
Oh, cool. Although I do have to say, the whole point of a dog whistle is plausible deniability. So saying "we hear and understand your dog whistle" does sort of wreck the whole agreement. But I guess that is the risk that you run when your secret master plan has to rely on some of the dumbest people alive. Now, I have to tell you, we reached out to DHS for comment, and they angrily denied any dog whistles, adding, "We will not apologise for using patriotic messaging and symbolism in our advertisements." They also told us, and I quote, "One could say we are homeland maxing by removing illegal aliens and defending our borders," a sentence I genuinely feel dumber for saying out loud. So, that is where money and resources at DHS have been surging too, but the administration is also pulling resources away from other key parts of the agency. And let's start with just the reallocation of resources under ICE. Because for the record, before Trump came along, deportation was not ICE's sole focus. It actually consisted of two branches, ERO, or Enforcement and Removal Operations, which handles detentions and deportations, and Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, which is tasked with complex investigations into things like drug smuggling and human trafficking, with many of their targets not even immigrants. Diddy's case, for instance, was run by HSI agents. And many HSI officials have long wanted to be formally separated from ICE, and for obvious reasons. If you need cooperation in a human trafficking investigation, it's harder to get it from someone who thinks that you might deport them. But in Trump's second term, he has gone hard in the other direction, signing an executive order on day one, announcing enforcing immigration law would be the primary mission of HSI. And that has had real consequences, as highly trained agents who specialised in things like money laundering and counter-terrorism cases have now been sent to do things like pick up people in parking lots. Here is a guy in an HSI jacket arresting people at a Home Depot in LA last year. And that is not good, because there's probably other important stuff he was supposed to be doing that day. In the first part of last year, HSI agents worked an average of 33% fewer hours on child exploitation cases, which is just maddening. There is a reason episodes of SVU don't involve them abandoning a case halfway through, because they then have to go spend the rest of the episode harassing people outside of a fucking Lowe's. People would riot. But it's not just reallocations within ICE. Not only have CBP agents been diverted from the border, they've pulled in law enforcement from outside of DHS. According to one estimate, last year, 1 in 5 US Marshals, 1 in 5 FBI agents, half of DEA agents, and over 2/3 of ATF agents had been reassigned to help handle deportations. And look, I'm not saying everything those agencies were doing was a good use of their time. For more on that, see any number of episodes of this show. But it is notable that for all Trump's justification of immigration crackdowns to fight drugs and cartels, as this former DHS intelligence official points out, that's exactly what is being deprioritized.
If FBI agents are not working on drug gang task forces, then there are fewer investigations into violent street gangs and drug trafficking cartels.
And with such a large contingent pulled from their duties, he says drug cartels and bad actors are watching.
I am 100% certain that they are tracking that federal agents are being moved out of drug task forces and seeking to determine ways to exploit the reduced resources on those task forces.
Yeah, of course cartels are going to take advantage. Drug kingpins, by and large, aren't stupid, mostly because drug kingpins who are stupid tend to spend a very short time as kingpins and much longer as a suspicious mound of earth somewhere in the Mexican desert. It's kind of a self-editing field. And I'm still not done listing misallocations of resources, because at the same time that NOM has surged funding to some areas of DHS, she's actively starved others. For instance, CISA, which handles cybersecurity, lost roughly 1,000 staffers, more than 1/3 of the agency, meaning it is now less equipped to do things like protect our electrical grids or secure our elections. But maybe the biggest example of a department being hamstrung is FEMA. It is the agency that handles the federal response to disasters. Many believe it never really belonged in DHS in the first place, and that its ending up there contributed to its failures during Hurricane Katrina. And if you're too young to remember Hurricane Katrina, I'm afraid you're just going to have to fuck off. Suffice to say that FEMA did not have a good Katrina, perhaps best summed up by this entirely fair question in front of a flood-damaged apartment complex. Now, soon after Trump took office, FEMA lost about 1/3 of its total full-time staff, and it's also been heavily impacted by a new rule across DHS, which states that every contracting grant over $100,000 must now cross NOM's desk for approval, or to put that in terms that Christy Nome can understand, 2 wristwatches. And that requirement is clearly absurd generally, but especially at FEMA, an agency that handles emergency relief that needs to get out quickly. At one point, about $17 billion in federal disaster funds for states was held up for an extra layer of review by NOM, causing unusual delays in payments. And I'd say that I can't even imagine how chaotic that process must look. But luckily, I actually can, because another of NOM's South Dakota ads literally showed her as an overworked accountant with ticker tape all over the place, not exactly doing a great job.
We have close to
20,000 open jobs, including accountants. So I'm filling in.
South Dakota, freedom works here.
Governor Noem, you didn't carry the two.
Josh, kiss my abacus.
Okay, it seems once more I find myself in a tough spot because, again, I have been told to read something to you and I don't feel like I can say no. The precise way for you to describe what Kristi Noem has actively chosen to look like there is mother of the bride who asked for the exact same hair as the bride. Also, John, while I have your attention, maybe it's time for you to be putting a little grey in the eyebrow makeup. You're not fooling anyone. Let's be adults about this. Those are her words. She's brutally honest. Brutally honest. She's a bad person. The future is female. The thing is, Noem delaying funding approvals at FEMA has already had serious consequences. When there were deadly floods in Texas last year, 2 days after, nearly 2/3 of the calls to FEMA's disaster assistance line went unanswered. Now, I have to tell you, Noem has disputed that report, saying it's just false, and that report needs to be validified. Though I believe that sentence itself could benefit from being spell-checker rated. And not for nothing, Noem's $100,000 sign-off rule meant that, according to one former FEMA official, the FEMA building itself almost had its utilities shut off last year because the bill wasn't paid. And the truth is, so far, we've been incredibly lucky that there hasn't been an even worse disaster where FEMA's problems were more fully exposed. As last year, for the first time in a decade, not a single hurricane struck the US. But our luck can only hold out for so long. Last August, over 180 FEMA employees sent a letter to Congress warning the Trump officials' actions were risking a Katrina-level disaster, which is a pretty haunting thing to hear. And it's more than a little dispiriting to realise that the Frankenstein of an agency that we cobbled together after 9/11 is now siphoning resources away from things that actually protect us, even as it floods resources to a bunch of guys in ski masks with questionable Reddit histories who blast rap rock out of the window of their government-issued kidnapmobiles, all for the benefit of Kristi Noem's fucking TikTok. So, what can we do? Well, first and most immediately, with DHS in partial shutdown over its funding, Democrats have to use every ounce of leverage they've got to get major concessions. Bernie Sanders has proposed an amendment that would repeal the $75 billion in additional funding that ICE received. And what I don't know if they'll be able to get all the way to that. They should at the very least get as many hard enforceable limits on immigration agents' activities as possible. Now, second, we need to get rid of ICE, period. Public trust in it right now is hovering somewhere between Purdue Pharma and the Titan submersible. It is just not salvageable. And if you're thinking, well, who will enforce immigration law if ICE is gone? Maybe the agencies that did it for decades before 2003. As for DHS as a whole, I would argue it's no longer tenable in its current form. And while maybe there is an argument for having a larger agency coordinating different federal departments, it should probably be redesigned from the ground up, and deliberately this time, not by suddenly gluing together org charts in a blind panic. But if I can make one last broader point here, cosmetic changes just aren't going to be enough. Because even if you get rid of Kristi Noem, which you should, Stephen Miller will still be there. And even if you get rid of him, this administration will remain. But even if they are gone and we get rid of ICE and DHS, we're still going to be left with the broken immigration laws that gave them permission to do what they have done. Millions of people will continue to be vulnerable because, as we've discussed repeatedly before on this show, our current immigration system makes it somewhere from difficult to impossible for many to come in the right way. That boy in the blue hat and his dad were scooped up despite being in the process of seeking asylum. And we've shown you multiple videos of people being arrested as they showed up for their immigration appointments. And that is actually a bit of a tell. Because that is clearly not this administration targeting the worst of the worst. It's them desperately trying to juice up their numbers. And it is the law that allows them to do that. And that is actually something that Tom Homan made a point of reiterating to people when he was first sent to Minnesota 2 weeks ago.
For the people out there who don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked for. If you don't like what ICE is doing, instead of protesting this building, go protest Congress. Tell me you want changes.
Well, hold on there, Tom. Why just one or the other? People could absolutely do both. Porque no los dos, if I may quote a phrase it seems most new ICE recruits will have absolutely no chance of understanding. But he is right there. Trump's policy of mass deportations is built on existing laws. And if America doesn't like what that policy looks like, now that they've seen what it really means, then it needs to fucking do something about it. To the extent that we are all horrified by day labourers and grandfathers and little kids in bunny hats being terrorised by men in masks, then we need to elect people who will commit to writing laws that reflect that. And I've got to say, it does say something that to the extent that anyone over the last few months has been protecting our homeland and keeping it secure, it has not been Kristi Noem in her wide array of fun outfits or whichever 20-year-old dipshit's been pumping out Nazi-flavoured content on Twitter. It has been ordinary people on the streets of Minneapolis blowing whistles, delivering food to friends who are afraid to leave their houses and marching in the cold, even though they've got goddamn work in the morning. Because, if I may quote that gloriously frozen Midwestern man, they believe we are all human beings here and that this is fucking wrong. And now, this.
So I've talked a lot about OpenAI over the last couple of days and weeks, and things are not looking any better for this company that is bleeding far too much money than the amount of money that it's actually making. The burn rate of OpenAI is simply unprecedented, and a lot of analysts believe that this is a company that won't survive long if this burn rate continues. And the downfall of OpenAI is something that a lot of enthusiasts would love to see, due to the fact that they're basically single-handedly responsible for the current RAM shortage and inflation, which has caused the chain reaction that has caused a shortage and inflation of other computing components such as CPU, GPU, SSDs, you name it. In an attempt to stay competitive and try to starve the competition of computing components, OpenAI made a deal with SK Hynix and Samsung where they ended up consuming 40% of the world's RAM during the time of that deal. And that caused the chain reaction of everyone wanting to hoard RAM, seeing this happen. And that left consumers in the dust and caused all of the computing electronics and computing components for consumers to shoot up in price and for that stuff to become less of a focus for a lot of these companies that once upon a time focused on consumers. And so what's going on with OpenAI right now? Well, as I've mentioned in past videos, OpenAI is a company that's heavily relying on investments from outside third-party companies in order to support their endeavors, to support the vast amount of money that is required to build the data centers, the AI infrastructure, as well as pay for the huge amount of electricity that is involved in powering AI. And one of OpenAI's biggest partners was Microsoft, who have a significant stake in OpenAI, who have relied on OpenAI heavily for their own AI endeavors. But it looks like that relationship is starting to show some cracks if recent reports are to be believed. This right here is breaking news from the Financial Times that reads, Microsoft's AI chief just said they're pursuing true self-sufficiency and cutting their dependence on OpenAI. Here's a screenshot of the Financial Times article in question. It reads right here, Microsoft is pursuing true self-sufficiency in AI by building its own powerful models and reducing its reliance on OpenAI, according to the company's AI chief. Mustafa Suleyman is the head of AI at Microsoft, and he said, we have to develop our own foundation models, which are at the absolute frontier, with gigawatt-scale compute and some of the very best AI training teams in the world. And apparently things are shifting when it comes to the business relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI, with Suleyman telling the Financial Times that the strategic shift follows a restructuring of its relationship with the ChatGPT maker in October. Basically, Microsoft is at that point now where they want to make their AI in-house as much as possible, much like Google does it with their Gemini AI program. And with Google in particular, they're actually even making their own chips called TPUs for their AI. And so I think Microsoft is trying to head in that direction instead of relying on OpenAI. And I would surmise that it's a combination of both self-sufficiency being a better business model in the long-term future instead of relying on a third party that might be a wild card, combined with the fact that OpenAI as a business, when you look at their numbers, it's really just not looking like great prospects. This follows NVIDIA recently expressing a lack of confidence in OpenAI when they recently backed away from a publicly announced up to $100 billion mega deal between OpenAI and NVIDIA that has been put on ice. NVIDIA instead opted to invest about a fifth of that, $20 billion. And with OpenAI needing every $1 billion they can take in order to support their endeavors and their ongoing debt and relationships with other companies and all of the money that is circulating there, this was a huge blow for the company. And now to see that Microsoft is starting to back away from OpenAI, trying to become more self-sufficient and potentially leave OpenAI to their own devices in the mid to long-term future, that could spell trouble for OpenAI. And the thing is, tensions between Microsoft and OpenAI have been building throughout the last year or so. Back in June of 2025, the following news made headlines. There's a Windows Central article whose headline reads, "Tensions boil as OpenAI executives reportedly accuse Microsoft of anti-competitive behavior as partnership phrase." There's information coming in from an exclusive report by the Wall Street Journal, which Windows Central summarized as tension between the two companies has seemingly continued to brew. The ChatGPT maker seeks to evolve into a for-profit venture. However, Microsoft is seemingly holding back from giving its thumb of approval, as a transition may weigh heavily on its interests, including its rights to OpenAI's intellectual property. OpenAI is betting on Microsoft's approval to move forward with its for-profit transition, which will allow it to go public and raise money, but Microsoft's delayed blessing has seemingly placed some of OpenAI's executives over the fence, prompting them to accuse the tech giant of anti-competitive business practices. Because of how much Microsoft has invested in OpenAI, they have a lot of power over OpenAI's decisions, and OpenAI wants to go public, but doing so in some areas might not be in the interest of Microsoft, so Microsoft is hesitant to allow OpenAI to do so, and that's caused some friction in their business partnership and relationship. And then a few months back, on October of 2025, it was reported that a deal was made behind the scenes, a new definitive agreement where Microsoft and OpenAI will now allow the former Microsoft to independently pursue AGI or in partnership with third parties. Whereas before Microsoft was tied to OpenAI, they recently made a deal that allows Microsoft to pursue their own ventures while still being able to partner with OpenAI in ways that Microsoft is comfortable with, which kind of culminated in Microsoft coming out and saying that they want to pursue self-sufficiency, which raises red flags for OpenAI, which has become so dependent on their partnership with Microsoft. It feels like Microsoft is ready to jump ship and essentially almost start to compete with OpenAI rather than be an exclusive partner with them. What all of this means is that Microsoft has less incentive to support OpenAI, to invest in OpenAI, and they will likely want to put more of that money into their own self-sufficiency within the AI landscape. While the partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI currently still remains active, who knows if that will stay true for the mid to long-term future. What this plan for self-sufficiency means is that Microsoft is now starting to diversify by backing competitors to OpenAI like Anthropic and Mistral AI, and plans to launch its own models this year. And all of this comes amidst reports and analysis highlighting that OpenAI is still continuing to bleed way more money than it's actually making, with articles like this one from Will Lockett, who's an independent journalist covering global politics, climate change, and technology. The headline of this Medium article reads, "OpenAI is in a far worse position," talking about a previous article where he thought OpenAI had made $20 billion in revenue last year in 2025, but because he confused annualized recurring revenue with annualized recurring revenue, that $20 billion figure ended up being far more optimistic than the actual reality, which is that OpenAI's total revenue for 2025 was actually $11.9 billion, which sounds like a lot of money to the average Joe, but for a major corporation working at such high level, especially working on AI, those are basically pennies on the dollar. Will Lockett highlights how multiple analyses have found that OpenAI's operational costs will be significantly more than $28 billion in 2025. So even if they had made $20 billion in revenue, they're still likely miles away from breaking even. But again, they didn't actually make $20 billion in revenue last year. They actually made $11.9 billion, which is significantly less. Will Lockett continues with OpenAI's costs could be even higher than previously imagined, especially as more time passes, as more data centers are built, and power requirements grow. 1.9 gigawatts of computing power is expected by 2025 from OpenAI, and a single gigawatt of AI-capable data centers costs $80 billion to build. A gigawatt of AI data centers consumes around $1.3 billion in energy costs annually. Data centers have a realistic operational lifespan of 3 years, so logically, the annual cost of a single gigawatt of AI compute power is almost $28 billion. So OpenAI's 1.9 gigawatts of compute will cost around $53 billion annually when you take all of these factors into consideration. So yeah, when you look at expenses at that level, the current revenue that OpenAI is seeing is just not going to cut it. Now, it's worth noting that some of that cost will be soaked up by the owners and operators of the data centers, which is why many AI data center operators are running at a catastrophic loss. But it doesn't change the fact that OpenAI's costs far exceed their revenue potential right now, which means that this is just not a viable business. It's just something where you throw money to burn in the fire. Matters are made worse for AI companies by the fact that they've recently had to commit to paying 100% of grid upgrade costs and electricity. They've been pressured to commit to cover electricity price increases from their data centers. Anthropic was the most recent AI company to make this commitment, but Microsoft did the same back in January 13th, and OpenAI followed on January 21st, and now Anthropic on February 11th. The same playbook on the same month. Why is that? Well, that's because the Trump administration is preparing a voluntary agreement requiring AI companies to pay 100% of new power generation costs. The companies are announcing these pledges before the White House event forces them to. Basically, AI data centers consume so much power that some of that cost may be passed on to the consumers, which is something that can become a political liability for politicians who are promising their citizens that their electricity bills are going to go down or stay the same, which is why New York State senators introduced the bill to pause data center permits entirely. Senator Van Hollen introduced legislation requiring AI companies to pay for expansion costs. Virginia's new governor campaigned on making data centers pay their own way. When elected officials start running on your electricity bill, you've got maybe 6 months before voluntary becomes mandatory. Referring to this voluntary agreement from the Trump administration requiring AI companies to pay 100% of the new power generation costs. It's voluntary now, but once you start pissing off the public because of their increase in electricity bills as a result of data centers, that's when politicians start to lose ground. And so in the self-interest of politicians, they're enacting legislations to make sure that AI companies are eating up all of the cost, and AI companies are predicting that if they don't make their commitments now, then the current administration will make the voluntary agreement that will require AI companies to pay 100% of new power generation costs mandatory. And when that happens, the government gets to control parameters, whereas if AI companies kind of get ahead of it now, then they get to control the parameters while adhering to practices that ensure consumers don't have to pay more for electricity, compromising politicians' ability to win over their citizens. It's AI companies basically going, hey, whoa, government, there's no need to pass legislation and make laws that are mandatory. We'll do it ourselves. And that way AI companies have some freedom within that where they can set some parameters and aren't completely controlled by government legislation. But yeah, what that means is that OpenAI also has to adhere to this commitment in order to not invoke the wrath of the government. That's only going to contribute to their annual expenses. And right now, based on OpenAI's own projection, they're apparently set to lose $14 billion in 2026. As summarized by Yahoo Finance here, a new report from the information claims to have seen internal OpenAI documents that essentially highlight potential performance projections. And their projection is that they'll lose around $14 billion for 2026, which is set to be roughly 3 times worse than early estimates for 2025. And those kinds of losses are estimated to persist for a few more years. Over the 2023 through end of 2028 period, the report claims OpenAI expects to lose $44 billion. $44 billion lost in just 5 years before turning a profit of $14 billion in 2029. And then as if all that wasn't enough, apparently the report claims that OpenAI plans to spend an astonishing $200 billion through the end of the decade, up until 2030, 60 to 80% of which will be spent on training and running AI models. Now, something else that this Yahoo Finance article spotlights is how overly optimistic OpenAI is about its future prospects. Apparently, OpenAI's internal forecasts predict that the for-profit part of OpenAI will hit $100 billion in annual revenues in 2029, up from an estimated $4 billion in 2025. They claim that their revenue will go from $4 billion to $100 billion in a mere 4 years. Yahoo Finance thinks that those numbers are getting silly, stating that let's put that $100 billion in revenue into context. In 2025, NVIDIA had revenues of around $130 billion as a consequence of holding a near total monopoly over perhaps the largest tech hardware boom in human history. And OpenAI is expecting to more or less match that in about 4 years.
That'd be kind of
says
sick.
this Yahoo Finance
That'd
article.
be
Unless
really
OpenAI
cool
knows something we
if they
don't,
do
those
that.
internal forecasts seem to be rather optimistic, to put it lightly. Now, the information did report that OpenAI's cash burn is allegedly not as bad as previously thought, with the company tearing through a mere $340 million in the first half of the most recent financial year, though Yahoo Finance states how that squares with overall losses counted in multiple billions isn't explained. Despite OpenAI's current optimism, most analysts predict that if the spending pace continues without a major new funding round, analysts warn OpenAI could face a serious cash shortage as early as 2027, increasing pressure to raise capital, restructure costs, or accelerate monetization. Furthermore, this post highlights how OpenAI's financials show how expensive scaling intelligence truly is, and why long-term funding, partnerships, and sustainable business models are just as critical as technical breakthroughs, which is why the fact that NVIDIA is kind of backing away a little bit from OpenAI in terms of fully committing with things like up to a $100 billion deal, or Microsoft starting to kind of become less reliant on OpenAI and starting to fund competitors and also funding their own AI operations to be a competitor to OpenAI, why all of that is extremely bad for OpenAI. Another kind of entity that AI companies rely on are banks, and even banks are starting to show hesitation about investing at the level that they once used to on companies like OpenAI, or companies like Oracle, who are closely tied to OpenAI and provide essentially the computing means for OpenAI to realize their AI infrastructure. A banker familiar with Oracle's fundraising said, "We basically tapped every single project finance bank possible, but there are only so many banks. Banks will have to offload that risk if they want to keep lending." And this individual hedgie had the following take when it comes to this matter. Banks are nervous about their exposure to AI financing and are looking for ways to offload risk they've already committed to. It's this like sunk cost fallacy thing where they've already invested so much that they have to stay on this train, but are trying to find ways to mitigate their risk. OpenAI burns $9 billion a year and doesn't expect profitability until 2029. NVIDIA just backed away from a $100 billion investment, and most recently Microsoft has kind of backed away from their commitments to OpenAI to a pretty significant degree. The banks see the risk accumulating, which is why they're working this hard to get it off their books. When lenders are this eager to find someone else to hold the bag, pay attention to what they're telling you about their own confidence in the trade. And then beyond that, companies like OpenAI are losing talent. So for example, Zoe Hitzig here recently posted the following on February 11th, 2026, talking about how I resigned from OpenAI on Monday, the same day they started testing ads in ChatGPT, basically questioning the moral implications of a company like OpenAI having the most detailed record of private human thought ever assembled, asking, can we trust them to resist the tidal forces pushing them to abuse it? What's unique about ChatGPT is that it has direct input from the end user, and a lot of that input reveals a lot about that person's psychological profile. And so integrating ads with ChatGPT while potentially exploiting the information that ChatGPT gains from its interactions with the end users, the moral implications of how manipulative that can get because ChatGPT can get to know someone very intimately, that's where Zoe Hitzig drew the line and said, I can't do this. This is like morally wrong. Stating, I once believed I could help the people building AI get ahead of the problems it would create. This week confirmed my slow realization that OpenAI seems to have stopped asking the questions I joined to help answer. Framing the unique circumstances of running ads on ChatGPT specifically as ChatGPT users have generated an archive of human candor that has no precedent, in part because people believed they were talking to something that had no ulterior agenda. And so with that level of candor, what advertising in ChatGPT does is create a potential for manipulating users in ways we don't have the tools to understand, let alone prevent. So yeah, basically Zoe realized that when OpenAI doesn't really care about the ways in which this technology can be abused as long as it makes them profit, she was like, I'm out, I can't be a part of this. And it's not just OpenAI that's seeing these kinds of resignations. Anthropic's head of safeguards just quit because the world is in peril and wants to write poetry or something. XAI lost 11 people, 2 of them co-founders, with one saying autonomously self-improving AI go live in 12 months. Oh, and all of this comes right as we discovered AI models are now building themselves and are sabotaging their human supervisors without them knowing. And there's something being reported on en masse through major news outlets like Financial Times as well, with this article titled, OpenAI's ChatGPT push triggers senior staff exits. And all the while, amidst all of this, amidst the giant mountain of a hurdle that OpenAI faces when it comes to their financial situation and how untenable it currently is, there's also the fact that their dominance in the AI scape is, as M puts it here, crumbling, highlighting a situation where competitors are catching up. Gemini, Google's Gemini, recently surpassed ChatGPT in daily conversations for the first time ever, and Anthropic's DAU jumped 11% after their Super Bowl ad. Notably, Anthropic's ad went viral precisely because it mocked OpenAI for introducing ads into AI. And then beyond that, this post right here aptly highlights all of the ways in which OpenAI has created negative PR for itself and all of the ways it is fucked up where the public is starting to admonish OpenAI because they feel like their feedback isn't being listened to. As for the ads in question, I talked about this in a previous video. These ads from the Super Bowl basically making fun of the fact that ads are being introduced to ChatGPT and the way they have the potential to interrupt people and abuse ChatGPT's knowledge of those people in order for them to be able to like shell out targeted ads to exploit aspects of what ChatGPT has learned about that human psychology. And yeah, Anthropic's campaign is working because Anthropic has become the fastest growing software business of all time, as the numbers here show. Here's another individual highlighting this trend. A single coding tool went from $0 to $2.5 billion in 12 months. ChatGPT, the fastest growing consumer app in history, generated roughly $1 billion in total revenue during its first full year of monetization in 2023. Cloud Code did 2.5 times that, Cloud Code being from Anthropic, selling to a fraction of the audience, developers and engineering teams only, at a fraction of the brand awareness. Anthropic just seems to be a lot more well-positioned as a business model than OpenAI is, not to mention all of the bad press that OpenAI is getting and all of the ways that Anthropic has straight up like taken pot shots at OpenAI and has proven to be incredibly successful in doing so. Going back to user backlash, a big part of that had to do with the way OpenAI killed GPT-4o. ChatGPT now is up to like 5 something, but the reason people were pissed that 4o was retired was because there were some folks out there who were forming essentially this kind of like parasocial relationship with this AI model, a strong attachment to 4o's personality, and relied on it for emotional advice. OpenAI felt like they created a model that was far too easy for people to form an attachment with, and trying to prevent some of the potential like ethical questions that may come with that, they retired 4o. But because they'd already put out the 4o model and a lot of people had gotten to like really like this model and become attached to it, its retirement, especially I think like around Valentine's Day, was something that many people absolutely despised and turned on OpenAI as a result. So that's created tons of negative PR with hashtag Keep4o trending on social media and making the rounds and going viral. And so people who were once supporters of OpenAI are now like celebrating the fact that OpenAI is projected to lose $14 billion in 2026, so on and so forth. And then outside of people who formed parasocial relationships with ChatGPT, a campaign called Quit GPT is going viral for other ethical reasons, like the way OpenAI's leadership contributed to politicians that a lot of people didn't agree with, the way AI is used in government enforcement, as well as ethical unease and corporate accountability. Just a lack of values on the part of these companies that seem to be dead set on making as much money as possible on this technology without asking questions about its potential uses of abuse, especially given how powerful it is. Now, amidst all of this, it is hilarious that OpenAI brings up ethics itself because they believe it's unfair and warned U.S. lawmakers that its Chinese rival DeepSeek is using unfair and increasingly sophisticated methods to extract results from leading U.S. AI models to train the next generation of its breakthrough R1 chatbot. So let me get this straight. OpenAI, whose entire business model revolves around stealing information from other people in order to train their AI without permission, are complaining that their work is being stolen for the benefit of another company. Do you see the irony and hypocrisy in that? Which is why people have been coming out on social media and making fun of all of this, saying things like, "Mommy, someone copied my Plagiarizer 9000. The plagiarizer who got plagiarized is complaining that they got plagiarized. You can't make this up. Even companies like Google are saying people are copying its AI without its permission, much like it scraped everybody's data without asking to create its AI in the first place. So yeah, suffice to say that people are not sympathetic to these companies' complaints when they themselves engage in the very same actions that they're complaining about. People are also starting to become a lot more aware of the moral implications behind how powerful a tool AI is and the way it can be exploited, especially when executives are full on coming out and saying that they want to replace workers, with Suleiman, DeepMind co-founder and Microsoft AI head, predicting that most white-collar computer-based tasks will be fully automated by AI in 12 to 18 months. So jobs like law and accounting and all of those things, he believes all of that will be run by AI in 12 to 18 months, and that those people will essentially be out of work. All the while, government officials like Andrew Yang warn of middle-class shrinkage as a result of AI, Bernie Sanders labeled it an economic earthquake, and skeptics highlighted AI's limits like hallucinations and past overhyped timelines. And indeed, you look everywhere right now and you'll find plenty of stories of just how flawed and unreliable AI currently is. It is an impressive technology, and when it works, it works. But when it doesn't, it fails epically, and the over-reliance on AI will mean that when a failure happens, that will domino effect into like unimaginable consequences. So for example, a scenario like this: we just found out our AI has been making up analytics data for 3 months, and I'm gonna throw up. It completely fucked over their financial bookings. It reads right here that we've been using an AI agent since November to answer leadership questions about metrics. It seemed amazing at first, with fast answers, detailed explanations. Everyone loved it. I just found out it's been hallucinating numbers this entire time. Our VP of sales made territory decisions based on data that didn't exist. Our CFO showed the board a deck with fake insights. The AI was just inventing plausible sounding percentages. I only caught it by accident when someone asked me to double check something. I started digging, and holy shit, it's bad. This right here highlights the importance of human oversight. Why you can't just rely on AI to do everything and leave it to be fully autonomous, because it still hallucinates. It's nowhere near reliable enough for it to be able to be deployed at this level. Even if it's right 99% of the time, that 1% can fuck up everything. On a smaller scale, we have situations like these where ChatGPT erased 2 years of a professor's work with one click, and there was no way back. A professor lost 2 years of research after disabling the data consent option in ChatGPT settings. Then we have security concerns like this one. A code error temporarily allowed Copilot Chat to expose confidential emails and files in its responses. A bug enabled the AI to include content from protected emails and files, especially in sent items and drafts, that were safeguarded by sensitivity labels and DLP policies. Microsoft has confirmed the issue and is deploying a fix. And back in December of 2025, Microsoft full-on said that Windows 11 and its AI features do hallucinate like every other chatbot and poses security risks to users. And outside of security risks, people who have tried to use Windows Copilot AI exclusively for the computing needs has often led to results where the computer feels incompetent than if you were to use it normally and regularly as we do today with a mouse and keyboard, instead of having AI try to do everything for you. With AI often not performing tasks as commanded, or with it presenting misinformation when asked questions. Like, there are times when it works here and there, but the times that it doesn't makes it enough of a friction point and makes the technology unreliable enough that AI as a technology is, seeing a lot of skepticism, and understandably so. On a more severe level, we have situations like this one. An AI-powered surgical tool is facing backlash after allegedly harming patients it was designed to treat. Multiple lawsuits have been filed against the Trudy navigation system, alleging that the addition of AI made the device less safe, not more. On a less severe level, we have complaints of using AI in the workplace when it comes to game development, with this article from October of 2025 highlighting how EA staff are struggling with management, urging them to use AI for just about everything. Sources claim EA's use of AI tools is creating flawed code and could be leading to layoffs. And then you have game companies like Roblox highlighting this amazing use of AI and the way it can just automatically generate games. And then what it ultimately generates is copyrighted material. Like this right here, what they generated is just Expedition 33. This is not brand new, created from scratch content. This is just copying and pasting of existing content. Like, this is straight up just complete creative bankruptcy. And so, yeah, the general sentiment surrounding AI right now, seeing how the technology has time and again proven to be unreliable or produce quality output that is far inferior to what humans can do right now, is that AI solves zero problems currently that have not been solved yet. All the results it produces are worse and less consistent than what can be achieved by hand. The only selling point is that it can produce the results faster. It's literally a slot machine by definition. And then there are all of the fears surrounding how the government wants to exploit AI. So, for example, this Axios article highlights how the government and Anthropic have been in talks to enable the military to use the AI technology for what they call all lawful purposes. Now, Anthropic made a stand on ensuring these two areas are off limits: the mass surveillance of Americans and fully autonomous weaponry. The US government, the Pentagon, was not happy with that and threatened Anthropic with a punishment. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is close to cutting business ties with Anthropic and designating the AI company a supply chain risk, meaning anyone who wants to do business with the U.S. military has to cut ties with the company, a senior Pentagon official told Axios, basically crippling Anthropic as a business if they don't abide by the Pentagon's demands that Anthropic's AI presented to the military doesn't have the restrictions that Anthropic is proposing due to just ethical concerns. The way the Pentagon puts it is that the Department of War's relationship with Anthropic is being reviewed. Our nation requires that our partners be willing to help our warfighters win in any fight. Ultimately, this is about our troops and the safety of the American people. But what they're really saying is, this quote right here describes it aptly: Anthropic won't let us use their technology for mass surveillance of American citizens, so we're designating them a national security risk, the U.S. Department of War. That's pretty much what happened. But amidst all this, of course, AI companies are trying to present themselves under a positive light, which is why we're seeing reports that Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Meta are paying influencers between $400,000 and $600,000 each to promote AI products on Instagram and YouTube. When you have to resort to that to try to convince people that AI is good and ethical and that the technology is actually better and outputs great quality, when currently all it outputs in the current state of things and in the current exploitative use of things is slop, that's when you know these companies are starting to get desperate and really want to make sure the adoption of AI technology is as vast as they wanted, so they can make their money back, because they've put too much money into this AI venture for them to not make any money off of this. And if that were to happen, then guess what? That's what we call a bubble bursting. And whether we're actually headed there or not, only time will tell. A lot of people are in the belief that the current state of AI, the current state of things, it feels like indications of some kind of big bubble being on its way to being burst, but only time will tell. But as far as OpenAI specifically is concerned, that is definitely a bubble that feels like it's about to pop. It feels like other companies are better positioned, though even for those companies, there's just an insane amount of expense that has to happen that I don't know if it's ultimately sustainable for the next couple of years, where they need to continuously expend dozens of billions and not make anywhere near the revenue that they need to make to build out the infrastructure, to power the technology, and those kinds of recurrent costs are so incredibly expensive. And all the while they're bleeding money, and there's a lot of backlash, and there's a lot of uncertainty and ethical questions, and all of it getting in the way of this being a technology that is just mass accepted and mass adopted. And with OpenAI specifically, aside from the fact that their financial position is extremely poor, they're starting to lose relationships with companies like NVIDIA, and with Microsoft now kind of trying to become more autonomous and less dependent on OpenAI. That puts OpenAI in an even more precarious position, especially with competition encroaching and surpassing OpenAI in many ways. So OpenAI is in serious trouble. It was before, and it continues to be. And I'll be curious to see if OpenAI is somehow able to find a way around this, or if there's a company that, as analysts predict, is doomed to run out of cash in the not-so-distant future. But again, only time will tell. In the meantime, though, this is kind of an overview of OpenAI as a whole and the AI landscape in general. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on the current state of AI and what you think prospects look like for OpenAI specifically. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
NVIDIA is showing flush. Spy, it's looking like it's catching up.
The AI AI trade has been driving the markets for the better part of the last 2 years. At this point, there are lots of questions swirling, though. The first part of that would be whether the CapEx spending is too much and whether the revenues will ever show up for the hyperscalers. The second part is, will AI actually disrupt or destroy lots of businesses and jobs that are out there? Joining us right now is someone who has lived through technology revolutions in the past. John Chambers is the former CEO of Cisco.
Continue to believe what they're believing. And unfortunately, a lot of these names are getting put in that bucket, and they're getting hit with it. 105.46 right there is what you have now on service. Now, Trump also just tweeted, we got this from him about 10 minutes ago. Our massive trade deal with Japan is just launched. Japan now officially and financially moving forward with the first set of investments under its $550 billion commitment. We ironically talked about the Japan trade deal this morning to invest in the United States of America. Today, I'm pleased to announce 3 tremendous projects in the strategic areas of oil and gas in the great state of Texas, power generation in the great state of Ohio, and critical minerals in the great state of Georgia. The scale of these projects are so large and cannot be done without one special word: tariffs. The gas power plant in Ohio, a state I won 3 times, will be the largest in history. The LNG facility in the Gulf of America will drive exports and further our country's energy dominance, and our critical minerals facility will end our foolish dependence on foreign sources. America is winning again. Now, look, that's all fine and dandy. The problem is if the Supreme Court comes out on Friday and says, hey, the tariffs are illegal, I'm sure the administration is going to have some type of way to still try to enforce them. But
the tariff decision on Friday, and
does that mean Japan says, hey, we don't need to be forced to invest $550 billion anymore because you can't tariff us if we don't invest that money? So it is one of those things where if he's saying the tariffs are the reason for this to happen, which again, I think the Supreme Court should allow the tariffs to happen, because at this point, it feels like it would be a disaster to renege on all these deals. It could kind of change the dynamic of how the deals are happening from a trade paradigm. So I guess we'll see what happens on Friday if we actually get the response from the Supreme Court. Tesla, big update for them. The first Cybercab came off the production line at Giga Texas. The Cybercab is really important. It's going to be relevant to be able to get a massive amount of robotaxis on the road eventually. You know, the Cybercab was teased for so many years, and then finally they introduced it last year, and now it's officially come off the production line. Also, it's on schedule. I think Elon said by H2, which is second half of the year, they should have a decent amount of these rolling onto the roads. And so you do have some momentum right there in the context of the Cybercab getting off the line at Texas. Also, one of the reasons I'm seeing for why Apple was up today, looking from Bloomberg right here, Apple ramps up work on a glasses pendant and a AirPod with expanded AI capabilities. The devices will be linked to Apple's iPhone and depend on a camera system with varying capabilities. The company aims to release the devices as a part of a shift towards AI-powered hardware, with the glasses potentially being released in 2027 and the AirPods and pendant, like a neck pendant, being released as early as this year or next year. I guess that's the headline, and probably a little bit of a flight to safety,
real hard
which is what's causing Apple to get a move right here.
All
right, so the market getting a little bit more excited about the AI devices coming from Apple. Let's look at 13Fs. We got about 6 minutes until the market closes. We will have Technical Tuesday today, which is going to be important. All right, so let's start off with Druckenmiller. He bought
I know I can
calls on Google.
I'll be right back.
He bought XLF, which is financials. It's sold in Q4. And the other thing that I thought was relatively interesting is he bought EWZ. For those that don't know EWZ, it is a index that tracks Brazil, or an ETF that tracks Brazil. So his top sales were those, as you can see right there, TSM, I think is the most recognizable name. His top buys were XLF, financials, EWZ, Brazil, and then Google, calls on Google in particular. He exited ARM, MongoDB, Twilio, Vistra, and VRNA. And then his top new positions, again, we talked about it, Brazil, and then XLF. He already had Google, but he had more calls to Google. So, I mean, an interesting set of buys and sells we got from Stanley Druckenmiller, but he's definitely going international, maybe trying to benefit off some of the dollar weakness. And he is also essentially saying that Google is his favorite Mac 7 if he's buying calls on those positions. Then you had Chase Coleman. This guy manages like $35 billion. As you can see, he sold a lot of tech: Reddit, Microsoft, GE Vernova, Webull, AppLovin, Meta. Definitely took some profits on all those positions. One thing he didn't sell was Grab. He actually held on to his entire Grab position. Now, Ray Dalio did sell some of Grab, and Howard Marks did sell some Grab. Not that much. Howard Marks sold like 1%, probably about rebalancing. Ray Dalio actually sold 4 million shares. I think they had 15 million shares, so they definitely trimmed the position by about 30%. So not Dalio anymore. I shouldn't say Dalio because he doesn't manage it, but Bridgewater in general. They sold some grab. Howard Marks sold a little bit of grab. The other positions Howard Marks added were not that exciting or interesting. Same thing with Bridgewater. But Chase Coleman did not sell any grab. He kept his 92 million shares. He did add 20% to Netflix, added 20% to Zillow. He bought Wealthfront. He added 43% to Block. We're talking about that in the morning. And he added 700% to Pony AI. A couple of you guys talked about that as well. And Pony AI was one of the names that he purchased. Now, again, we don't have Berkshire yet. That's the one I think we'll get after the bell. That's, I think, the most important one, especially to see what they're doing with UNH. We got the Saudis in the morning. They didn't do anything outside of sell out of take two. But we did get Druckenmiller, Chase Coleman, and Howard Marks in the past hour. Again, just nothing too big. AMD, again, they bought two stocks, SANM and ABSI. Again, not really that relevant, but this is the first time they even disclosed the 13F because they had 100 million in AUM. So that's what you have on 13Fs. Is Palo Alto a buy here before earnings? That's actually a good question, and that leads me to do the pump or dump poll in the chat. That's important. Data Roma is the website I'm looking at for this. I'll put the link in the chat. People can check out their website to get all this information. I don't know if Palo Alto is a buy before earnings, primarily because the SaaS sell-off has been pretty annoying, and I don't know if it's going to affect Palo Alto. It's a cybersecurity company, but it's also theoretically, I think the SaaS sell-off in cybersecurity is absolutely insane. Like, you are not vibe coding endpoint security. Palo Alto does a lot more than that, but the point is you are not vibe coding that. It is absolutely insane to imagine that companies and CIOs are going to say, hey, let's cut out our cybersecurity out of all things with the amount of precious data these tech companies have. That's the last thing they're going to cut. But they're being put into the algorithmic bucket, and it's annoying. I think one thing that could happen today is Palo Alto pump or dump is that Palo Alto shows off some really amazing results in the face of the SaaS sell-off. This is actually the first company since SaaS has been selling off. It's one of the first cybersecurity companies that's putting up earnings. So they should be able to put up numbers today. And I think on the call, they're just going to be like, guys, like, AI is a tailwind to our business. And with more AI, you're going to need more cybersecurity. Like, there is no reason you guys should be thinking of us as CRM or sales or Adobe, which, there is, I think, a much deeper threat from the SaaS Armageddon on those companies, even though, that threat should be still minimal compared to Palo Alto.
I need some cereal right now.
So, we're going to see. This stock is a $113 billion company, does a ton of revenue. I think they're growing at about 20%. If they have some lackluster growth rates, maybe it's down. But I think for the year, a lot of the CrowdStrikes and Palo Alto Zscaler is already down. Yeah, year to date, it's already down 9%. CrowdStrike is down 9% as well. CrowdStrike over the past 1 year is also down 9%. Palo Alto over the past 1 year is down 21%. So theoretically, also, this is where it bounced. This is where it bounced in October 2024. This was around the same price. They put up a big earnings, and the street took it up to like 210. And obviously, it's down from there. So that earnings will be important. And then we have Cadence. Let me know if anyone has Cadence or Palo Alto. Cadence getting smacked right here, down about 5.4%, $77 billion company. This is a chip design company, if I'm not wrong. So very important for the semiconductors to see what they put up. And then Palo Alto, very important for the cybersecurity names, hopefully to completely eliminate some of the SaaS stench that these cybersecurity names have. All right, 20 seconds until the close. We will have Technical Tuesday. Hopefully we get Berkshire's 13F as well after we get some of these earnings. And we'll see what Buffett... it's not Buffett anymore, but I feel like we're all going to reference this. Buffett, did they sell Google? Did they add Google? Did they sell UNH? So those are questions hopefully we get some answers to. And then we'll get into TT.
Wow, look at that.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Tuesday, February 17th, 4 p.m. The stock market is once again closed.
Wow. All right. Well, today was a good day, actually.
Back in action. 4-day
We made a
break.
lot of really, really good plays. Robinhood,
Robinhood,
the app was quote unquote messing up today, like big time. Like, come on, man. Like, that's fucking ridiculous.
682.77 NVIDIA. I'm gonna bet
like, come on, like, it's just crazy.
Dude,
My plays are really good. My plays are on. My timing's on.
I want to say 185, but I was like, it's probably right below 185. There you go, 184.97,
I am moving
up
on all
1%.
cylinders.
Apple 263, Amazon 201, got that $200 close. Tesla 410, that was down about 1%. Google went below 200 or went below 300, then bounced at 296, now back at 300. And Google getting a close above that 300 level again. Google was 340 around earnings, and unfortunately, earnings weren't good enough. Palantir gets a 1.23% move. I mean, I think Michael Burry is losing his mind a little bit. Palantir said they're moving to Florida, and then Burry's tweet was like, good. Now Florida will build their own version of Palantir. I mean, it didn't even make any sense. Like, it was like, he's just picking on everything they say. He's like, perhaps Miami will build its own Palantir in 5 years. Like, okay, maybe Miami does do that. Maybe that's, I don't know what he's saying at this point. But yeah, Palantir got to 133, a little bit of green on the day. Where did Robinhood end? Rocket Lab also exploded to like 71 almost, closed at 69.89, just under 70, but not too bad for them. Robinhood 75.44, that was down about 1% of the day. CoreWeave 91, Disney 105.46, Nebius, I think, closed 97 and higher, 97.52 on Nebius, slightly down on the day. Iran 41, probably 40.97. ServiceNow, even with the Bill McDermott intent to buy, that was down 1%. And then the S&P right here after hours, slightly down. NVIDIA as well, slightly down. Palo Alto and Cadence, they're up. Cadence is pumping. 6% move. Look at that, 7.7. Looks like Cadence put up some good results. Let's check that out in a second. It's got to be green enough to make the street happy. Cadence, 9%. Congrats to those who have Cadence. That is green. She's greeny green. Now it's 5%. Now it's 4%. Now it's 3%. She better not go red. Not after I said she's greeny green. That's the worst thing when I'm doing earnings. I'm like, she's green. And then it just completely reverses. Let's see if I can get some of these numbers. Cadence is making a move right here. We don't have Palo Alto yet. I think that should be in a couple minutes. We'll see Palo Alto. Don't have the numbers, but she's moving 7%. Okay, it's a double beat. 199 versus 191 of EPS. EPS up 6% year over year. Revenues up 6% year over year. 1.4 versus 1.42 on the revenue. I mean, the top line numbers are not that exciting, quite frankly. Neither are the growth rates. I imagine guidance has to be where the street is happy here, because outside of that, I don't know if that double beat is the most exciting. However, was this stock down year to date? This stock was indeed down 9% year to date. So as long as they had some decent numbers, I guess it was going higher. 6.3% after hours on Cadence. If a double beat results in green, that's encouraging. Yeah, I mean, given the string of earnings we've had where double beat, down 10%. It's like, okay. I thought that was what Mr. Market wanted. Cadence, trying to see the guidance. Guidance is $6 billion. That's a beat. Backlog $7.8 billion. Operating margins 45%. They beat on the fiscal year outlook, beat on revenue, beat on EPS. And it looks like they beat on margins. Yeah, I mean, this is a relatively decent quarter. I don't know how much the street expected for this company, 77 billion market cap, but they beat on pretty much all the levels they needed to beat on here. Revenue again, 1.4 versus 1.42. All right, so Palo Alto is the main one now. Let's see if they can get out of this whole SaaS nonsense. I really do think the SaaS sell-off applying to cybersecurity names is like very. I can understand how you could potentially replace Salesforce or ServiceNow with some AI product, even though I think it's unlikely. But I don't understand how you do that with cybersecurity. Maybe it's because I'm not educated enough in the space, but just generally, it feels less likely. Palo Alto right there, that's up 0.56. Let's see if we can get these numbers pretty soon. IGV, that one still ended down about 2% on the day. All right, we're getting a move. There she is, 3%. Can she go greeny green? 5%. That's greeny green. That's a move. 6%. 7. Can we get above 7? 7.5 would be a real nice candle. 5 and 6 is still a little dicey. It's trying to hold on, but now it's going back and forth. 174 a touch. Now it's at 4. Is AppLovin a SaaS company? Yes, but they're growing so fast that it's weird to me that the market still disregards their growth. 3.3, 4.7. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat right now. You think it dumps red? Put it in the chat. 2.7. It is struggling to hold on to that candle. Do we have a beat? Palo Alto beat top and bottom. EPS, they beat by 10%. That's not a joke. 103 versus 94 cents. Beat by 10%. EPS is up 30% year over year. Revenue's up 15% year over year. 2.59 versus 2.58. They beat by 1% on revenue. Revenue is a beat. EPS is a beat. And they are both up year over year. It is really trying to hold on to 2%. Now it's at 0.8. Now it's at 0.5. It didn't flip red yet. The saving graces, it did not flip red yet. 174. Someone bought it at 174.80 like 30 seconds ago and is pissed. Now she flips red. No. Cadence also losing a lot of its pump. Now it's barely up 2%. Palo Alto. It looks like she wants to go down. Amazon's down too. Why is Amazon getting a 0.5% dump after hours? I mean, honestly, the entire market, everything's not crazy red, but you're seeing some of the big tech names. Google as well, getting a bit red after hours. Cadence barely holding on to that 1% move. Palo now is down 2. Palo Alto Networks down 2%, trying to get some recovery. Palo Alto down 2.3. She's not stopping. This freaking market. Berkshire's out? Okay. Berkshire's out. Are we out? David Tepper's out. Berkshire. Oh, hold on. I don't see Berkshire. I see David Tepper. Let me see if I can find Berkshire real quick. This is important. We'll get back to Palo Alto. Berkshire one's important. Do we have it? Yes, I think we have it. Give me a second. Where is it? It's loading up on all the websites. Let's do Tepper in the meantime. Palo Alto now falling more aggressively, down about 1.4 right there. Tepper, he bought Micron, Meta, Google, and EWY. I think that's South Korea, right? I think that's South Korea. He bought South Korea, which is basically Samsung and SK Hynix. Wow, added 200% to Micron. Again, this is all as of Q4. He sold 10% of NVIDIA. He sold a ton of BABA, sold a ton of AMD, sold a ton of KWeb. AMD, he sold 70% of his AMD. Holy crap. KWeb, this is the China Internet ETF. He sold 35%. He's been long China for a while, though, so it makes sense to take profits. Added 8% to Microsoft, added 50% to American Airlines. He bought Ball Corp as a new position. He sold 20% of BABA. He added 30% to Google, added 200% to Micron, and 62% to Meta. Meta, Micron, and Google were the major buys. He also sold 12% of Amazon. So sold Amazon, sold NVIDIA, added slightly to Microsoft, and added heavy to Google, Micron, and Meta. Berkshire, what do we got? Okay, Berkshire's out. Here we go, folks. Here we go. They sold 4% of their Apple. 4% of their Apple. They sold 9% of Bank of America. Okay. Added 7% to Chevron, buying oil. Added 9% to Chubb Limited. This is the insurance company. They sold 1% of DVA. They sold 3% of Constellation Brands. They added 12% to Domino's Pizza. They sold 77% of their Amazon. They bought the New York Times? Okay. I guess we're going long newspapers again. New York Times. Where the hell is UNH? They kept UNH the same. Okay, so they did nothing with UNH as of Q4. Again, this is 45 days delayed. They bought the New York Times. This is a new position. 5 million shares. $350 million they put into the New York freaking Times. New York Times stock year to date is up 6%. Okay. What about Google? I don't think they did anything with Google. Google and UNH, they did nothing. But they sold 77% of Amazon. That's probably why Amazon had that little candle. Amazon still down after hours. People probably saw that Amazon got sold off. Now, again, Berkshire was never heavy into Amazon like that. They added 9% to Chubb's, 6% to Chevron. They sold Bank of America 9%, sold Apple 4%, sold Amazon 77%, sold 11% of Pool. And then the biggest headline from this Berkshire report is they bought 5 million shares of the New York freaking Times. I mean, why? Why the New York Times? Like, I'm just curious, $350 million into the New York, like, do they think, like, what is, what, I'm just curious, what's the investment? I'm sure they're gonna get some questions on what exactly is the thesis there on the New York Times. Trying to get more of these Palo Alto numbers because I know that's really important for the guidance. New York Times is probably pumping after hours, right? Did they ever have a stake in the New York Times? NYT is up 1.3%, $11 billion company, by the way. Nano Nuclear, they also had earnings. They had no revenue, EPS. They lost 13 cents versus 3 cents expected. Nano Nuclear is up 1% after hours. No revenue, lost more EPS than expected. Year over year, EPS is down 44%. Sorry. The street expected them to lose 30 cents. They lost 13 cents. So they beat EPS by 60%, but EPS is down 40% year over year. They have no revenue. That stock is slightly up 1% after hours. Okay, let me bring up the Palo Alto stuff. Then we'll go deeper into this Warren Buffett thing. Wow. The New York Times. Someone tell me in the chat why they sold Amazon and bought the New York Times. Again, this is not Buffett anymore. This is Greg Abel. This is his ship now. Huh. Newspapers will make a comeback when we have to shut down the internet to defeat AI. I mean, that's a better reason than anything I can think of. Palo Alto, okay. Revenue, again, 15% up year over year. Security ARR increased 33% year over year. Remaining performance obligations up 23% year over year. Third consecutive quarter of 30% non-GAAP operating margin. CEO, we saw continued strength in platformizations, a trend that is accelerating due to AI. Customers are keen to both modernize and normalize their cybersecurity stack, aligning them to our approach. We also saw steady and strong adoption of AI security, which we expect will be a long-term trend. And it looks like they beat on all the metrics they needed to. Their fiscal year 2026 guidance also is beating. It's beating slightly, but it's beating against the expectations. Revenue and EPS also was a beat. I don't know why it went red. I thought those were relatively good earnings, but Palo Alto now dumping 3.2% after being up almost 6.8%. Incredible. What about Cadence? Did Cadence dump too? Cadence is holding on to a 2% move. Palo Alto now down 3.7%. Anything on the KOI acquisition? I will go through the earnings and see. I don't see it on the headline here. I imagine they probably will talk about it on the call, especially since that was announced recently. But nothing that I see on the actual headlines right here. The New York Times. Wow. The New York Times. For those that are just joining, the summary is Buffett ended up decreasing his Apple stake by 10 million. Sold off 77% of Apple. He went from 7.7 million shares to 2.2 million. Added heavily to Chubb Limited. Where's Chubb after hours? The insurance play. That's what CBB, right? What's the ticker for Chubb? CB. And then bought the New York Times. CB is flat after hours. I think their average on Amazon was pretty good too. They bought it definitely like below 150. I don't think they didn't buy Amazon recently. They've had those 10 million shares for a while. They've been slowly selling it, but this is a pretty dramatic drop off, 77%. The New York Times. I guess that's what we're doing here. Also, Caesars had earnings today. I don't know about them. Let's get the coverage on Caesars Entertainment.
Loss of $1.23 per share. That was much larger than the 16-cent loss that analysts were expecting, in part because of higher interest expenses. Revenue, however, did come in slightly above estimates. The stock moving slightly higher, up about 2.75% right now. Up next, soft.
Okay, Caesars going a little bit the opposite direction of the Win, which kind of got hit on earnings. The Win right there, flat. Caesars just up a little bit after hours. All right, that's what we got.
That's it for me right there.
Nvidia's up 1%.
I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow.
Palo Alto getting jumped 5% now. Why is Nvidia moving? Why is Palo Alto dumping?